Chapter 51, Plans. 51, Plans. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the new members who have joined our community. Sparkling Heart. Glowing Star. A special round of applause for Amarija, The Ripper 89, Dever, and Random, who have joined as Level 1 members. Thank you so much. I truly hope to see you actively engaging here. Partying Face. Glowing Star. And, of course, a big shout out to our very first Level 2 member, Mudkip. Clapping hands. Your extra support means so much to me and to the growth of this project. Let's all celebrate and applaud them. You're the driving force behind our community's growth and success. Party Popper Sparkles. A rather calm chapter. I hope you like it, though it feels more like a filler-style chapter. Don't forget to leave your power stone, it always helps a lot. A couple of days after the exciting dueling class, another attack occurred. This time, luckily, Harry Potter was no longer suspected of being the heir, thanks to Stephen's intervention. Harry was the one who found Justin Finch-Fletchley petrified, along with nearly headless Nick floating motionless in front of him. Before Harry could do or say anything, Stephen appeared, kicked him, and hit him with invisibility magic. He quickly took him away while watching McGonagall emerge from one of the hallways. "Why did you do that?" Harry asked, in pain. "Idiot. Do you want to be found next to the guy who was shouting that he was a Muggle-born wizard? They're going to think you're the heir," Stephen said, giving him a smack on the head. "But I'm not." Harry defended himself while rubbing his head. "Unfortunately, you are. Or at least, one of them," Stephen said, staring at Harry. What do you mean by that?" "In the dueling class, you were able to speak to the snake." "Yeah, but a lot of wizards can do that too, right?" Sigh. "No, it's extremely rare, and if someone has the ability, they usually hide it," Stephen replied, a bit tired. "Why hide it?" "Because the ones who used it were dark wizards. Slytherin was one of them, which is why his heir is expected to have the same ability." "In any case, don't tell anyone you can speak Parseltongue," Stephen said, leaving the stunned Harry behind as he headed for the Gryffindor common room. Sigh. "Maybe I should get more involved. Even though no one will die, it's stressful seeing everyone walking around suspiciously," Stephen thought as he made his way to the castle. A couple of days later, Stephen was helping train the new students, some from other houses who had joined the courtyard to learn. Stephen was surprised to see a few Slytherins among them, but he didn't mind. Angelina, Percy, and, for some reason, the Weasley twins were in charge of selecting those who seemed trustworthy. "First and foremost, in our training, you cannot use your wand. Since most Eldritch magic consumes stamina like regular magic, training your bodies is essential. And above all, if you use Eldritch magic to harm an innocent. I will personally lead a group to hunt you down," Stephen said, looking at several of the Slytherins just in case, making everyone, not just the Slytherins, feel an overwhelming pressure. Clap. "All right, now run for 20 minutes, Stephen said, clapping his hands to wake everyone up, speaking with a smile as if the threat he had just made had never happened. "Stephen. Please help, Penelope." Suddenly, a distressed cry reached Stephen. Percy, looking nervous, quickly approached him. "What happened to Penelope?" Stephen asked seriously as the exhausted Percy, who had come running for help, tried to catch his breath. "Penelope was attacked. She's petrified in the infirmary," Percy said sadly, almost crying. Sigh. "It's okay, don't worry. Misty has already managed to get adult mandrakes for the potion, we just need to ask Snape for help." "Thank you," Percy quickly said, relief washing over his face. "Angelina, you're in charge." "I have to go ask Stoneface for help," Stephen said as he left, with Percy quickly following behind. When they reached Snape's door, Percy quickly lost his courage and just stood there watching what Stephen was about to do. "Come in," before they could knock, Snape's voice sounded from inside. "What does Mr. Flamel need to be making so much noise outside my office?" Snape said as soon as he saw Stephen enter. Stephen held back the urge to mock how Snape knew it was him before knocking, remembering that back in first year, whenever he wanted to annoy Snape, he would always leave something at his door. So, it was reasonable for Snape to be on guard whenever he heard him nearby. "Hello, Professor. Seeing the school's need for mandrake plants, I took the liberty of acquiring some," Stephen said calmly to Snape, since he needed a favor and didn't want to get on his bad side. At least not today. I seem to recall that the school has plants about to mature. What makes the ones you brought any better, Mr. Meddler? Or perhaps you have little confidence in your school. Snape said in a biting tone, staring at Stephen. The school where students are being attacked without anyone finding the culprit. Yes, I trust it with my life, Stephen replied with a hint of mockery. Snape stared at him and, without saying anything, simply extended his hand for Stephen to hand over the plants. If you need more, you can come find me, Stephen said as he handed over a bag and quickly left. Percy, not fully understanding, thanked Snape and followed Stephen. Phew. If we had stayed any longer, I wouldn't have been able to resist mocking Snape. And our request for help would have ended in nothing, Stephen said to Percy as he brushed off non-existent dust from his chest. Thanks. For not mocking a professor, Percy said, then quickly said goodbye to Stephen as he returned to the infirmary. Percy is always so boring, Stephen muttered as he watched Percy leave, obviously worried about his girlfriend. As he observed, he saw a redhead, a blonde, and something that looked like a bird peeking from behind a column. What are the little ones doing and, is that a griff? Stephen asked, surprised to see the creature, which was obviously created with summoning magic. Hi, big brother. This is Ben. Say hello, Ben, Luna cheerfully greeted Stephen when he approached, casually introducing her small griff, which obeyed Luna and raised a paw in greeting. By the way, Stephen had managed to trick Luna into calling him brother, though Ginny had been harder to convince, so in the end, only Luna called him that. Luna is practicing to maintain her summons for longer, but she struggles, and they only last 10 seconds, Ginny explained while greeting Stephen. 10 seconds is quite a lot. Stephen was surprised that a little girl could endure magical drain for so long while keeping the image of a creature in her mind. He watched as the creature was forcibly pulled back into its summoning portal. Well, it makes sense that she can't last longer. After all, we don't have the super battery called Vishanti. Suddenly, Stephen stopped his internal monologue as he started thinking deeply, leaving the two girls intrigued. Battery. How could I forget that? Don't worry, little sister, I have a solution to make your summons last longer. Stephen said as he ruffled both girls' hair before running off. The two girls just watched him leave, then looked at each other with their hair all messy, finding it funny. Fred, George. Stephen burst into the room where the twins were playing fighting games at a table that projected illusions to recreate the game. What's up, boss? Fred, spamming the same attack is cheating. Of course not. If you can do it, that means it's part of the game. We're almost done, boss. Both responded without looking up as they pummeled each other in the game. You can finish later, Stephen said as he turned off the game. No. Boss, I was finally about to break our never-ending tie streak, Fred groaned, devastated that he had been about to win. Tough luck, Fred, but the boss needs us. George, on the other hand, was happy about the interruption. How do the amusement park rides power up? Stephen asked quickly, ignoring them. Did you forget, boss? But you're the one who created them. The twins responded in confusion, starting to suspect he might be a disguised spy. Idiots, just answer, what does the ride operator have to do? Stephen asked, a bit stressed from dealing with the twins. The twins exchanged puzzled looks but answered. They just have to place their hand on the magic circle to channel their magic. And they have to switch out every so often when their mana runs out. That's right. The amusement park rides are different from televisions and magic phones, which consume so little mana that they can function with ambient energy. Yeah. The twins still didn't understand what this was all about. We forgot about batteries. Batteries? What's that? At the twins' question, Stephen realized why he had forgotten something that used to belong to the Muggle world. Looks like I'm getting too used to thinking like a wizard from this world. Stephen understood that, after living in the magical world for so long, at Hogwarts and everything, he had started thinking a lot like the wizards here. To sum it up, a battery is an object that can store energy to use it for other things. Some can even be recharged by connecting them to an electrical network. Sounds cool, but why would we want Muggle electricity? Yeah, plus, electricity breaks down when it gets too close to magic, Fred quickly responded, realizing the small inconvenience. No, idiots. What we need is to create a magical battery and a way to charge it with ambient magic. That would reduce the need for wizards at the amusement park to work themselves to exhaustion. The twins quickly understood Stephen, exchanged a grin, and answered. If you need help, just say the word. I was already wondering when we'd create something new. And not just that. If we find a way to create batteries, we could make the illusion magic in the games even stronger, Stephen said, smiling as he watched the twins get even more excited. Awesome, boss. What are we waiting for? They both said, looking like they were about to start jumping. Misty. Stephen ignored the excited twins and called for the Flamel family's house elf. Young master. Misty appeared very cheerfully and quickly approached Stephen. Hey, Misty, we're here too. Misty, long time no see, the twins quickly greeted Misty when they saw her, only to earn her look of disdain before she ignored them. It's okay, Misty. They already apologized for breaking your favorite photo, and they even fixed and decorated it, Stephen said with a smile, stepping in to help the twins a little. Upon hearing that, Misty looked at the twins with less disdain and greeted them. Hello. Well, it's something, Stephen said to the twins, who felt a little guilty for making the little elf angry. Misty, we need you to cover for us for a few days while we research some alchemical tools, Stephen quickly explained the reason for his call. Lady Perenelle forbade Misty from helping the young master skip classes, Misty responded, promptly rejecting the request. Stephen tried everything to convince the elf, only to be refused every time. He finally stopped when he saw the little one on the verge of tears because she couldn't help him. Sigh, all right, Misty, don't worry. That just means we'll have to do it during breaks and vacations. So, can you cover for us when we're not in class? Stephen had to give in, as he didn't want his elf friend to be sad because of him. Yes, Misty can help when the young master is not in class, Misty said, quickly regaining her smile. All right, we're going to have to make the most of every moment. So, let's get to it, Stephen said to the twins as he pulled out a suitcase from his belongings. Inside, he had a small laboratory, thanks to an extension charm. Though not as big as Newt Scamander's, it had everything they needed. Misty, create illusions of us, and if something urgent happens, you can come get us, Stephen said as he entered the suitcase, followed by the twins. Thank you for reading. Chapter 52, The Chamber of Secrets. The Chamber of Secrets. A few days after the twins began their investigation, Snape, thanks to his plants, was able to easily create the necessary potions to depetrify the students. Obviously, the professors acted cautiously, not telling the students that the potion was on its way, as the apparent heir had attempted several times to attack Professor Sprout's mandrakes. Therefore, when the potion was created, they quickly took it to the petrified students and waited for them to fully recover before asking who the attacker or the supposed heir was. Some responded that they saw a giant snake before being petrified, but they did not see the face of the person controlling it. The professors and Dumbledore quickly recognized that it was the legendary basilisk. What do we do, Albus? Although we know which beast petrified the students, and thanks to Merlin, they weren't killed by its deadly gaze, we still don't know where it's hiding or where the Chamber of Secrets is, said McGonagall, looking at the headmaster and waiting for orders, along with the other professors. For now, it is essential to protect the students from the basilisk's deadly gaze. I recall seeing the Weasley twins and Mr. Flamel playing with some glasses. Perhaps we could distribute them among the students, said Dumbledore. But that will make the students panic, said Flitwick, a bit worried. Don't worry. I can wear some modern glasses, and everyone will take me as an example and want to wear them, Lockhart interjected egotistically, only to be ignored. We should simply tell them the reason. I think it's better to be petrified than to die, Snape pointed out. Although Flitwick is right to fear that the students will panic, Snape has a good point. With the mandrakes Stephen donated and the ones about to mature in the greenhouse, it doesn't matter how many end up petrified, there's a cure. But death has none, Sprout opined. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, he was interrupted by a letter that fell toward him. After reading it, he wore a worried expression. Is something wrong, Dumbledore? Flitwick quickly asked. The Ministry wants to imprison Hagrid as the prime suspect. Take care of things here, I must go meet Fudge, Dumbledore said before quickly leaving the room. Hagrid was the culprit. Obviously, I always knew, it was easy to figure out, Lockhart said foolishly, earning a reproachful look from the other professors. Idiot, the Ministry is just looking for a scapegoat, McGonagall said, a bit exasperated. That's right, Lockhart. You said you knew where the Chamber of Secrets was, Flitwick quickly added. A basilisk would be easy to defeat for someone who constantly fights for their life, Snape said mockingly. Aye, of course, I have faced several basilisks while searching for lost children in the Transylvanian forest, Lockhart stammered, realizing that his lies were turning against him. Just let me prepare my anti-basilisk tools, and I'll go hunt it down in no time, Lockhart said before quickly leaving under the gaze of all the professors. The professors returned to their duties, thinking about how to make the students wear glasses for their safety, unaware that outside the room where they were speaking, Stephen had been listening. In fact, he had just been passing by after going to get something to eat since Misty had gone out to gather some materials. TSK. The old man figured it out. I forgot that poor Hagrid might end up imprisoned in Azkaban. Ah, well, let's do it today before Fudge takes him away, Stephen said as he quickly headed toward the group that was training. All right, training ends here. Everyone, gather around. Stephen said as soon as he arrived at the courtyard. Everyone was there today, as they occasionally enjoyed training outdoors with the rookies. What's up, boss? Jordan asked, approaching with the others. Call the twins. Tell them to hurry up, or they'll miss something fun, Stephen quickly said, to which Jordan obeyed and swiftly pulled out his magic phone. Listen up. Rookies, move to a safe spot. Everyone else, form barriers around the courtyard so that whatever comes in can't get out. We'll be receiving a venomous, scaly, and giant visitor. By the way, its gaze can kill you, so keep that in mind. You can wear glasses and will only be petrified. When Stephen revealed what they were about to do, some trembled like twigs and asked to stay behind with the rookies while putting on their glasses. All right, those who don't want to fight, just stay and hold the barrier, just don't look into its eyes to avoid being petrified, Stephen agreed. Most of those who stayed were Stephen's classmates and some older students who didn't have classes at that time. Surprisingly, the Golden Trio remained among the group, though it wasn't that strange to Stephen, knowing them. After all, they were the most Gryffindor of their group. Mr. Stephen, the beast is a basilisk, isn't it? Hermione asked, having deduced what it was from the clues Stephen had given. In reality, ever since Stephen had given his false prophecy, Hermione had researched beasts that fit those categories, though she had no substantial proof. You guessed it, Stephen said with a smile. Meanwhile, the others who had stayed to fight were starting to lose their enthusiasm upon hearing that they would be facing a basilisk. But they quickly pulled themselves together, thinking that with so many fighters, they could easily defeat the creature, until Stephen spoke. But we're not going to kill it. We're going to capture it alive and shove it in the Ministry's face, Stephen said with a grin, thinking about the expressions of the Ministry officials who had blamed Hagrid for the student's death and never sought out the real culprit. When they heard that they had to fight a deadly beast without being able to kill it, something that would be extremely difficult, several quickly gave up. Those who remained were the Golden Trio, Angelina Johnson, Lee Jordan, though he was still trembling, Alicia Spinnet, grinning with excitement for the fight, Oliver Wood, just going with the flow, and Percy Weasley, burning with vengeance for Penelope. And of course, the twins, who hadn't arrived yet but were listening to everything through Lee Jordan's phone. Well, fewer than I expected, Stephen said, looking at the others, who were now preparing, somewhat embarrassed, to maintain the barrier. Stephen realized that not many Aurors would want to face a basilisk, more because of the legends than anything else, since fighting one was actually rare, they were technically extinct. All right, form 2 teams, one for attack and one for support. I'll go fetch our punching bag, Stephen said with a grin as he hurried toward the Chamber of Secrets. But after taking a few steps, he realized he didn't know Parseltongue, so he flew back, grabbed Harry by the collar, and took off with him, leaving everyone stunned as Harry screamed. After flying for a few seconds, they quickly arrived at the girls' bathroom where Moaning Myrtle resided. What are we doing here, Stephen? Harry asked as he recovered. We're going into the Chamber of Secrets, Stephen said while inspecting the sinks. Here it is. All right, Harry, speak Parseltongue to the lock. What? Wait, the Chamber of Secrets is here. Harry asked quickly. Yes, I already told you. Come on, open the door, Stephen insisted. Harry approached and saw a snake carved onto one of the taps. He tried to open it, saying open up, but he did it normally, not knowing how to speak Parseltongue. Not like that, idiot. In Parseltongue. But I don't know how, Harry defended himself, as it usually happened naturally when he encountered a snake. Realizing that Harry's Parseltongue was an unconscious ability, Stephen got an idea and transmuted a small snake. As soon as Harry saw the snake, he instinctively spoke again, this time with hissing sounds no human should be able to make. Zashashas. As he spoke, the massive sink began to move, forming a giant tunnel leading into the darkness. Before Harry could say anything, he felt himself being grabbed by the collar again, followed by the weightless sensation of flying. Aya! Harry screamed. As Stephen carried him, Harry saw them descending rapidly before the ground neared, only for them to soar back up and continue flying straight. He also caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a giant snake, but as they got closer, he realized it was only the shed skin. Seeing its size, Harry started to fear what they were about to face. All right, Harry. The last door. Open it and don't look into the eyes of whatever is inside, Stephen said as he set Harry down before a massive door, decorated with various snakes forming a circle. Seeing the snake decorations, it was easier for Harry to speak Parseltongue. Zashasha, he said, and the snakes on the door began to move. One by one, they slithered aside, creating an opening until the door was fully ajar. This time, Stephen entered more cautiously. Although he was confident the basilisk's gaze wouldn't affect him much thanks to the protections he had placed on himself, he preferred to be safe than sorry. They entered a vast chamber, with stone serpents forming a passage in the center. At the far end stood a massive carved head with a grotesque expression, seemingly that of Salazar Slytherin, with its mouth open. But what caught their attention the most was the figure standing in the center of the chamber, facing the statue as if waiting for something. They didn't have to wait long to see what it was. A giant serpent emerged from the mouth of Slytherin's statue, the basilisk. Looks like we arrived just in time, Harry, Stephen said with a smile, watching the snake emerge and the hooded wizard who was calling it. The wizard's face was obscured, but Stephen noticed a black book in one of his pockets, making it clear he was being controlled. Zazazazaz, the hooded wizard hissed without turning around, giving an order to the basilisk, which directed its gaze toward Harry and Stephen. Harry, what did he say? Stephen asked, never taking his eyes off the hooded wizard. He said to kill us, Harry replied, keeping his gaze on the floor to avoid the basilisk's deadly stare. All right. Harry, I'm sorry, but you need to be the bait, Stephen said as he quickly attacked the hooded wizard, knocking him out with ease. Though the wizard had tried to dodge the spell, he clearly hadn't expected Stephen to move so fast. Bait. Aya. Harry screamed, but before he could protest, Stephen's cloak wrapped around him and auto-equipped itself, flying him first near the basilisk to draw its attention before zipping through one of the pipes the creature seemed to use to move around. The basilisk wasted no time in following. Seeing this, Stephen quickly approached the unconscious hooded wizard, who seemed to be a student, and tied him up just in case while inspecting his face. Well, what a surprise, Stephen said with a grin as he hoisted the wizard onto his shoulder. Misty, he called, intending to take the student to the courtyard before Harry returned. Yes, young master. Misty responded as she appeared. Though nothing was supposed to be able to enter this place via apparition, house elf magic allowed them to appear anywhere as long as their master called them. Misty, take me to the Hogwarts courtyard, please, Stephen requested. Misty took his hand, and they vanished instantly. Thanks. Chapter 53, Versus the Basilisk. Versus the Basilisk. When they saw Stephen appear with Misty's help, everyone quickly approached. Boss, what happened? Where's Harry? Fred asked urgently. He's on his way. Get ready, Stephen said as he tossed the hooded wizard to the ground like it was nothing. And who is he? Ron asked. But before Stephen could answer, something was heard in the distance. Harry's coming. Get into position. Stephen shouted, watching as everyone ran to their spots. What caught his attention was that Ginny and Luna seemed to have arrived while he was gone, so he grabbed each of them under his arms and took them to a corner. Stephen, we want to fight too, Ginny grumbled. You can attack from behind me. You don't have enough training yet to be in the front line, Stephen responded, shaking his head. Fine, they both agreed reluctantly. Then, they looked toward where Harry's scream was coming from, seeing him running with a giant snake chasing after him. Wear these glasses. They'll stop you from getting killed or petrified by its gaze, Stephen said, tossing glasses to everyone with a flick of his hands. Watch out. Harry arrived just as everyone put on their glasses. The cape quickly threw him into the battlefield alongside Ron, Percy, Angelina, and the twins. They would be the frontline fighters, while Hermione and the others would provide support from behind. Attack! The first to shout was Percy, surprising everyone, who also started casting spells, either with Eldritch magic or Hogwarts magic. Aim for its eyes first. Hermione shouted while casting a shield spell to prevent the basilisk from biting or hitting Harry and Ron with its tail. Stephen made a few hand signals to the levitation cape to assist them, and it covered the serpent's eyes. Fred, catch! George shouted to his brother, throwing him a chain of light that passed over the basilisk's tail. Fred quickly understood and grabbed one end, driving it into the ground with a sword, preventing the serpent from using its tail to attack. For some reason, at some point, Ron ended up on top of the basilisk's head, holding onto a chain. Ron, attack its eyes! Harry shouted, using a shield to defend himself from a headbutt by the basilisk and seeing that his friend was so close. Don't say it like it's easy. Ron shouted, holding on for dear life. You're forgetting the new techniques we learned, Stephen said softly, but everyone heard him thanks to magic. Right. Heavy magic warrior art. With Percy's shout, a large shield appeared in front of him as he ran forward. Each step multiplied his speed and strength until he crashed head-on into the giant serpent, leaving it stunned for a few seconds. Those seconds were enough for Ron to strike one of the basilisk's eyes. Well done, Percy! Fred shouted. Though Ron could put in more effort, George didn't miss the chance to tease his brother. Then come do it yourself. Ron shot back, gripping the chain again as the snake started thrashing in pain. The supporting wizards cast control spells, illusions, and containment magic to buy time for Ron to get down. It looked like he would make it, but just as he was about to lose his balance, Angelina appeared beside him, standing on a light platform created by Hermione. Need some help, little guy? Angelina said with a grin as she extended her hand to Ron. Thanks, Ron said, embarrassed, quickly climbing down from the snake. As soon as Ron touched the ground, the serpent broke free from the control and started attacking again. They seem to be struggling a bit, Stephen commented, slightly tired. I think it's because they're holding back so they don't kill the basilisk, don't you think? Ginny said, rolling her eyes at Stephen's complaint. After all, they were facing a mythical beast that even adults wouldn't be able to defeat easily. Corey, it's your turn. Luna shouted, ignoring their conversation. At Luna's shout, a portal formed, from which a massive rhinoceros emerged. Without hesitation, it charged at the serpent. The impact left the basilisk stunned once again. Well done, Luna! Harry shouted excitedly as he and the others threw chains, driving them into the ground and successfully restraining the serpent. Completely immobilized, the snake struggled to free itself but failed. After a few seconds of thrashing and nervous glances, the snake seemed to give up, remaining still while attempting to kill them with its gaze, to no avail. Stephen noticed this and, with a gesture, sealed the serpent's remaining eye, rendering it unable to open. Well done, everyone. Although I would have preferred if both its eyes were intact, Stephen said, approaching with the girls. Don't say such nonsense. Ron quickly shouted, reflecting the thoughts of everyone present. What is going on here? A commanding voice shouted before they could say more. A group had approached quickly. It was Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, and Hagrid, who was chained, followed by 4 Aurors. Oh, you arrived just in time. We captured the beast of the Chamber of Secrets and, the supposed heir, Stephen said, approaching the hooded wizard who was chained. He pulled off the hood, revealing the person's identity to everyone. Draco. Lucius shouted upon seeing his son. He quickly ran over to lift him up. What have you done to my son? Lucius exclaimed, pulling out his wand and aiming it directly at Stephen. Before Stephen could react, Misty appeared out of nowhere, swiftly disarming Lucius. Chains emerged from the ground, trapping him and forcing him to kneel. Before Lucius could protest, Misty pointed a sword at his neck. Don't you dare disrespect my master. Misty said in a serious voice, her presence leaving everyone stunned. Her aura had completely changed. If one paid attention, at that moment, Fred and George trembled slightly, recalling a small trauma. Lucius, recovering from his shock, spoke arrogantly, "How dare you attack a wizard? You should be killed, you filthy elf, ugh." Before he could finish, a hand violently grabbed his face, and the last thing he saw was a red aura dragging him into the worst nightmares imaginable. Ah! Lucius screamed in agony. Everyone watched in shock, even Fudge not daring to intervene. The hand holding Lucius belonged to Stephen, whose anger was palpable. The magic in the air seemed to respond to his fury, leaving the weaker wizards breathless. "All right, Mr. Flamel, I believe Mr. Malfoy has gotten the point," Dumbledore said, coming out of his surprise. He looked around and felt the magic flowing, realizing that even he could not manipulate it in such a way. It was as if the world itself was on Stephen's side. Hearing Dumbledore, Stephen released Lucius, while Misty handed him a cloth, which he used to wipe his hand as if he had touched something disgusting. What did you do? What are you?" Lucius stammered, trembling in fear as he looked at Stephen. "If you insult my family again, not even your hybrid and hideous master will be able to save you from your worst nightmare," Stephen said firmly before turning away, ignoring the trembling Lucius. "Minister Fudge, as you can see, arresting an innocent man to save your own skin is not a good idea. So it would be great if you released my friend Hagrid," Stephen said, looking at Fudge, who initially showed fear but tried to compose himself and appear authoritative. Cough. "Of course, thank you all for capturing the chamber's creature and the supposed heir. But that doesn't change the fact that Hagrid might have been the previous heir," Fudge retorted, attempting to sound superior. "No. The heir has always been the same," Stephen said as he approached Draco and pulled a black book from his pocket. "Impossible. While young Malfoy may have opened the chamber recently, he could not have done so many years ago," Fudge argued. Without saying anything, Stephen used a spell called Eye of Agamotto, which revealed the true nature of things. The spell was directed at the black book lying on the ground. From the book emerged the figure of a man, whom Dumbledore immediately recognized. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Essentially, Voldemort, or a part of his soul. "As minister, you should be familiar with this kind of magic, so I won't give a lesson," Stephen said. "What have you done?" Tom asked, looking at his form, surprised to have been pulled from the book against his will. "Hello, Tom." "Goodbye, Tom," Stephen said as he conjured a sword of light, different from any other, with a divine glow, and swiftly stabbed the book. "Aya!" Tom screamed, vanishing in agony. "All right, all set," Stephen said, dusting off his hands and turning back to Fudge. "Unless you want to face the Flamel family's lawyer and all those present who risked their lives to catch the real culprit, please release my friend," Stephen said with a smile. Fudge, with a look of resentment upon realizing he could not assert his authority, relented. "Release him," he ordered the Aurors, who quickly unchained Hagrid. Fudge glanced at the Malfoys, now free, then at the students watching him, some recording the scene, and finally at the basilisk bound in the field. He decided the best course of action was to leave quickly. "Dumbledore, take care of your school," he said, walking away with the Aurors behind him. "See you in court to get Hagrid's wand back, Minister," Stephen called out, watching as Fudge hesitated for a moment before continuing without a word. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, the other professors arrived, with Lockhart at the front. "Fantastic. I expected nothing less from my students. Surely my advice was helpful. I deserve some credit for this," Lockhart said as he approached, hugging Harry and then Ron, who showed a disgusted expression. Stephen, looking at Lockhart, turned his gaze to Misty, who was clinging to his leg, happy that her master had defended her. "Misty, the evidence." "Here it is, young master," Misty responded, handing him a giant folder. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I have proof that Lockhart never lived through any of his adventures. He stole them from other wizards, whom he later attacked with memory magic until they were either insane or dead," Stephen said, handing the folder to the professors, who were left stunned. Lockhart froze upon hearing this. "Is that true, Lockhart?" McGonagall shouted furiously. I. Stay back." Lockhart yelled, grabbing Ron as a hostage and pointing at him with his own wand, which he had picked up from the ground. Everyone, shocked, drew their wands and aimed at Lockhart. "Ha ha ha. They took Ron as a hostage." You owe me 10 galleons, Fred shouted cheerfully at his brother George, who looked defeated. The twins had bet on who would end up as the hostage, and Fred had won. Are you seriously betting while my life is in danger? Ron shouted, trembling as he felt his own wand pressed against his neck. Stephen sighed, moved his hand, and formed a translucent shield around Ron, surprising Lockhart. Stay still. Obliviate. Lockhart shouted, casting his favorite spell with great skill. But since he was using Ron's broken wand, the spell backfired, hitting him in the face and sending him flying several meters backward. That was dangerous. Ron complained. Relax, I put up a shield. At worst, it would have hurt a little, Stephen said with a smile as the professors approached to restrain Lockhart. It still would have hurt. Then what was the point of the shield? Ron grumbled. It's fine, Ronnie, nothing happened to you in the end. Exactly, Ron, stop being such a crybaby, the carefree twins chimed in. Tisk, Ron huffed, walking away to join his friends. Sigh. Even though it was dangerous, I have to say you all did a good job. Now, return to your rooms while the professors handle the rest, Dumbledore said. Dumbledore, we have a problem, someone spoke up. What is it? Everyone turned to look at Lockhart, who was regaining consciousness. Hello. Who are you people? And who am I? Lockhart said with a goofy smile. Sigh. Take him to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore ordered, exhausted. Mr. Stephen, if I could have a minute of your time, and bring young Harry with you, Dumbledore said as he walked away. At some point, Lucius and Draco had disappeared. Chapter 54, Spoilers in the Headmaster's Office. Spoilers in the Headmaster's Office. I wonder what the Headmaster wants, Harry said as he followed Stephen toward Dumbledore's office. Who knows, Stephen replied. Both fell silent, staring at the gargoyle at the entrance. They stood there for a few seconds in silence until Harry broke it. Don't you have to say the password? He asked, looking at Stephen. Do you know the password? Stephen shot back. How would I know? I thought you did, since you were walking so confidently. You're the one always getting into trouble. You should be a regular customer here. As they argued in front of the gargoyle, it suddenly began to move, revealing a staircase behind it. Look, the passage opened, Harry said quickly. Maybe it's automatic, Stephen commented with interest as he walked ahead. When they reached the office door, it suddenly swung open. The one who stormed out in fury was none other than Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by Dobby. Upon seeing the people outside, he nearly had a heart attack but held himself back, maintaining his pride and ignoring them as he quickly exited, eager to escape that cursed school. See you later, noble sir, Stephen greeted with a malicious smile, sending a chill down Malfoy's spine. I will have my revenge, Malfoy muttered, but Stephen heard him clearly and smiled, curious to see what scheme that pest would come up with. He hoped it would be enough to justify the Dark Lord having one less pawn. Come in, boys, Dumbledore said, watching Stephen's expression, knowing he was planning something devious but choosing not to comment. Stephen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly entered with Harry. Both sat on one of the sofas. Sir, Tom Riddle was him, wasn't he? Voldemort. Harry asked, breaking the silence. That's right, Harry. When he was a student, that was his name. After leaving Hogwarts, he changed it to the one we now know, Dumbledore answered calmly. Hearing that response, Harry fell silent, though he seemed to want to ask something. Sir, when the Sorting Hat was choosing my house, it said I could also go to Slytherin and achieve great things there, Harry confessed, hesitating before asking. Ugh, this is such a hassle. So much beating around the bush. Stephen interrupted, standing up under the watchful eyes of both. He grabbed the Sorting Hat, which was sitting in a corner of the office. Here, stick your hand in while thinking about whether you deserve to be a Gryffindor, Stephen said, tossing the hat to Harry, who caught it instinctively. What? Harry asked, confused. Just do it already, Stephen said impatiently, while Dumbledore watched with intrigue but remained silent. Well. Harry did as Stephen instructed, sticking his hand inside the hat. Although the hat said nothing, Harry kept repeating to himself whether he truly deserved to be a Gryffindor. Suddenly, Harry's eyes widened in surprise, he felt himself grabbing something. Excited, he quickly pulled it out and discovered a gleaming, ornate sword. It looked ancient, with intricate lettering adorning its blade. "Looks like you are worthy," Stephen commented with a smile as he approached Dumbledore's desk, searching through the headmaster's hidden stash. Dumbledore wanted to say something, but at that moment, Harry was more important than his sweets. "That is the sword of Gryffindor, Harry. Only a true Gryffindor can pull it from the hat," Dumbledore explained before Harry could ask. Seeing that Harry had relaxed a bit after hearing that, but still seemed bothered by something, Dumbledore continued. "It seems something is still troubling you, Harry." Before Harry could respond, Stephen, who had found Dumbledore's hidden sweets, interrupted. "He's worried about speaking Parseltongue," he said while eating the headmaster's favorite lemon drops under the latter's disappointed gaze. "I see," Dumbledore replied calmly. Harry was surprised by how nonchalantly they handled it. He remembered that Stephen had told him it was better if no one knew he could speak Parseltongue, so he shot him an inquisitive look. Idiot, obviously the headmaster of a magical school would know everything that happens in his school. Especially if it produced a Dark Lord, Stephen said bluntly. He knew that all the ghosts and portraits were Dumbledore's eyes. The only way to truly hide something in Hogwarts was to go somewhere without them, like the room of requirement or the student dormitories. Obviously, bathrooms too. Dumbledore sighed and decided to clarify. "There is a magical contract in place that only allows me to hear things that could affect the school. Students' secrets are safe." Stephen shot him a mocking look. Ignoring Stephen's expression and the fact that he had just watched him pocket all of his hidden sweets, Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Harry, that night when the Dark Lord failed and left you that scar, he unintentionally transferred part of his power to you. That's why you can speak Parseltongue," Dumbledore explained, trying to reassure him. "I see. Thank you, Headmaster," Harry said, feeling more at ease. "I'm glad you're feeling better, Harry. If you don't have any more questions, you may go." "I need to speak with Mr. Flamel," Dumbledore said, resigned to the fact that Stephen had emptied all of his candy stashes. "Sir, the book, can I keep it?" Harry asked quickly, pointing at the stabbed book on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore looked at the book for a second before answering, "Of course, Harry. I'm done with it. You may take it." Harry grabbed the book and rushed out of the office. Such impatience. "Anyway, there are thousands of ways to help his friend," Stephen commented as he sat back down on the sofa. Dumbledore only sighed and took a seat on the couch across from Stephen, preparing for a serious conversation about what exactly the boy was planning for the future. "Steph." But before Dumbledore could finish saying Stephen's name, he noticed his expression change. His face turned serious, almost angry, as he shifted his gaze toward the desk. Dumbledore followed Stephen's line of sight but saw nothing. He was about to ask what was wrong when he suddenly fell silent. A small group of children materialized around a time turner. Dumbledore and Stephen remained quiet, observing the 4 children who had appeared. They seemed to be around 8 or 9 years old. What caught Stephen's attention the most was one of the 2 girls in the group. She felt oddly familiar, but what truly surprised him was how magic seemed to swirl around her as if delighted by her mere presence. Even some of the enchanted objects in the office began to glow brighter, as if trying to attract her attention. His intrigue deepened when he noticed a seal on her magic. Despite the restriction, the small traces that leaked from it were enough to cause such an unusual reaction. If this girl grows up peacefully, she could rule the world like a god, Stephen thought. His musings were interrupted by the children's conversation. "What do we do? If Uncle finds out, we're doomed," said one of the red-haired boys. Strangely, there was another boy beside him who looked nearly identical, with only a few minor differences. Anyone would assume they were twins if not for those small distinctions. "I don't want Mom to smack my butt," the other redhead said, clutching his head in fear. "Relax. Why can't you be as brave as your parents?" "They catch dragons for fun," said the blonde girl, the one who had caught Stephen's attention. "Look at Lily. She's calmer than you too, and she's just a little girl." "Right, Lily. Lily." The children turned toward the small red-haired girl standing a bit apart from them, her eyes closed as she muttered something under her breath. They moved closer to hear her. "Uncle, it was Rossi's idea. She forced us. We just wanted to talk to the Sorting Hat, but she found a weird time turner and wanted to try it. Please don't punish my dad," she mumbled quickly, as if rehearsing what she'd say when they inevitably got caught. "Lily, you damn traitor. We haven't even been caught yet," Rosie shouted, visibly enraged. Yet, the two redheads asked in unison, beginning to tremble again. "Idiots, it's just a figure of speech. Besides, Dad went to visit old Dummy. We just have to get back before he does," Rosie said, trying to calm down the boys, who were already on the verge of tears. "Lily, your brothers James and Albus don't mind getting your dad in trouble. Why should you worry?" said Rosie, looking at her cousin, who was still rehearsing her excuses. "But the last time Albus got in trouble, Uncle made Dad capture the 10 most wanted dark wizards in 2 weeks, or he would be beaten," Lily said sadly, remembering how busy and worried her father had been. "He caught them in a week anyway. And even though Dad says that, he never actually hits his brother." "I think," Rosie replied, trying to reassure her. "But Uncle gets really mad when it comes to anything related to time," Lily added, a little worried. "It's fine. We just have to ask my mom to distract Dad while we escape," Rosie said with a mischievous smile, thinking she might even enjoy a light punishment. "Okay," Lily replied, visibly calmer. The two girls then turned to look at the 2 red-haired boys crouching behind them, clearly scared. "Why are you so afraid? Even your parents would be proud," Rosie said, looking at the boys with reproach. "Yeah, but Mom will be furious. She gets mad every time Dad plays heavy pranks. And my mom will be mad too. Uncle G will mock me," the other redhead added. Sigh. "Lily, you handle them. They're your direct cousins. I'm going to see what the school was like before Dad became headmaster. I don't believe what Mom said about it being cool," Rosie muttered, turning around. As she did, she noticed for the first time the 2 people who had been sitting there the whole time, Dumbledore and Stephen, watching them with interest. Lily also turned around when she saw that Rosie had gone silent. It was Rosie's fault. She forced us. She said breaking rules made her happy and that if we didn't go with her, she would eat us. Please, don't punish my dad," Lily said quickly, betraying her friend without hesitation. Lily, traitor. You're supposed to be my cousin. You betrayed your family," Rosie shouted, furious. The demon," the 2 red-haired boys screamed in unison, standing up and running in circles, terrified. Stephen started to feel a headache from all the commotion. Then, he sensed something and looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly, a portal formed above them, and shining chains emerged, catching the children's attention. The real demon found us. Run!" Rosie shouted, trying to escape. But it was useless, as the chains quickly captured them all. Help!" One of the boys tried to scream, but the chains covered their mouths, preventing them from saying anything else. After capturing them, the chains pulled them into the portal, which closed immediately. "Such interesting kids," Dumbledore commented, looking at Stephen with an amused smile. "Tisk, old man, if you have something to say, tell me later. I'm not in the mood right now." "They just ruined part of my life," Stephen said, annoyed. "Don't worry. That actually eased many of my concerns," Dumbledore replied cheerfully. "See you later," Stephen said and left. Chapter 55, Returning Home and Trouble at Harry's House. Returning home and trouble at Harry's house. After that strange moment in the headmaster's office, Stephen headed to the Gryffindor common room, where he found a cheerful Harry excitedly recounting how he had saved Dobby, the house elf, from the Malfoys. "Boss Stephen, I managed to trick Lucius into freeing Dobby," Harry said happily upon seeing Stephen arrive. Stephen looked at him for a few seconds, and for some reason, his proud expression irritated him, so he gave him a smack on the head. "Why was that?" Harry asked, offended, rubbing his head. "If you have kids in the future, I hope they don't give me trouble," Stephen said, ignoring a confused Harry as he made his way to his room. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to Harry. "Uncle, cousin, brother. What did they mean?" Stephen pondered over the way the children addressed each other and their parents. "It doesn't matter. The future will tell," he said, continuing on his way, leaving the Golden Trio very confused. "What's up with him?" Ron asked. "I don't know, but I need to study, so if you'll excuse me," Hermione said, returning to her book on the history of house elves. Arriving at his shared dorm, where the twins were playing and fighting, Stephen glanced at them momentarily before lying down to sleep, paying them no further attention. "Fred, let's make this competition more interesting with a bet. What do you have in mind? If I win, you'll have to name your kid after me, if you ever have one." "Sure, and if I win, you'll name yours after me." "It's time to settle this rivalry once and for all," Fred agreed to the ridiculous bet. "So that's how they got their names. No wonder they have that personality if their names were based on a joke," Stephen muttered before falling asleep. After a few peaceful days of training, playing, and studying, the moment many students had eagerly awaited finally arrived, the end of the school year. With 553 points, the winner is Gryffindor, Dumbledore announced as the Gryffindor students jumped with joy. "Well, this time, they can't complain that Dumbledore added points at the end because we earned them when we fought the Basilisk," Ron said cheerfully. Indeed, after defeating the Basilisk, all the participants were Gryffindors and one Ravenclaw, so they each earned 50 points, nearly reaching 1,000 and breaking many records. However, they ended up with 553 points, thanks to Snape's efforts and the troublesome Gryffindors who felt freer knowing they had enough points. "If you guys hadn't lost so many points, we would have broken another record," Hermione complained, remembering how her housemates had gone wild in the last few weeks. "All right, Shorty, let the kids have some fun," Fred said, resting his arm on Hermione's head, just as Stephen often did. "That's right, Shorty, we won anyway," George added teasingly. "You two were the ones who lost the most points," Hermione yelled angrily, pushing Fred's arm off. "All right, don't bother her. You guys really should have held back on the pranks," Stephen said, helping Hermione, whose cheeks looked like they were about to explode. "You're the last one who should be saying that," Harry and Ron muttered, eyeing Stephen, who was having fun stretching Hermione's face. "By the way, Harry, you might have to go back to your uncle and aunt's house for a few days," Stephen said, letting go of Hermione, who shot him a death glare while rubbing her cheeks. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" Harry asked quickly, standing up as if he were about to be sent to Azkaban. "Well, the temporary guardianship we had obviously expired." "Don't worry, I'll come get you after a few days," Stephen said, reassuring Harry, who was now making odd faces. "Boss, I heard from Dad that the minister is still furious about his encounter with you. Do you think he'll make things difficult for you when you go train with the Aurors?" the twins interrupted. "I doubt it. The Aurors are under Rufus Scrimgeour's command, and, in any case, the head of magical law enforcement is Amelia Bones, who hired me," Stephen replied while eating pudding among the desserts. "Who's Rufus?" Harry asked Ron, his benchmate. "Rufus Scrimgeour is the head of the Auror office. They say he's pretty powerful," Ron answered, stuffing himself with desserts. "He's just a grumpy old man with a bad face, addicted to fame. Be careful, or you'll end up as the ministry's best propaganda piece," Stephen warned Harry. "I should work as a talent scout for a training company," he added, leaving the Golden Trio astonished and intrigued by Stephen's comments. The twins chimed in with their own input. Scrimgeour shows up at training sessions from time to ask the boss to appear on a program where Aurors catch dark wizards. I also heard that he calls Magitech every day, trying to get them to approve the program for broadcast on TV, the twins said, without mentioning that the head of Magitech was Stephen himself, who was doubly annoyed by it. "Actually, I think it would be interesting," Ron said, intrigued, while Harry nodded. "Wouldn't that help people see the Aurors' efforts to punish the bad guys?" Hermione asked in favor of the idea. "Really? And what about exposing tactics, skills, and even the individuals responsible for catching dark wizards, so that their friends or family can take revenge or prepare in advance?" Stephen said sarcastically. "I see. I'm sorry," Hermione said, understanding Stephen's rejection of the idea. Besides revealing all that, it would also expose dark wizards to how destructive and powerful they could become by learning eldritch magic. After all, while Stephen had allowed magic to be freely available in the wizarding world, he still maintained relative control over how most people used it. Dark wizards despised it, believing it to be light magic. But if they realized how powerful it truly was, it would be quite problematic, so it was better for them to remain distrustful. "Well, I'm going to get ready to head home," Stephen said, cutting the conversation short and leaving. The others hurried to finish their desserts and do the same. "He went to Sector B, catch him," shouted a young Auror as he ran after a wizard dressed in black. Meanwhile, a few veteran aurors stood atop a building, holding folders in their hands and taking notes. Among them was Stephen, along with several other aurors, watching with interest. And these are the new recruits who just finished 3 years of auror training. Just a bunch of idiots running after another idiot, Stephen said disdainfully. The aurors behind him tried to hide their embarrassment, as they themselves had once been the same. As everyone observed the young recruits, the sound of a phone ringing caught Stephen's attention. Following the sound, he answered the call. "Ring, hello," Stephen said, gesturing apologetically to the others before stepping away slightly to take the call. "Grandma, what's up? You want to visit Harry's house? If I meet you there, then. All right, I'll bring a gift, don't worry." Finishing the call, Stephen put away his phone and noticed the others looking at him with interest. "I have to go. Take care of finding some interesting recruits," Stephen told the aurors accompanying him. They were there to recruit new aurors for his team. In reality, he didn't need to pay attention to all the recruits, as Stephen's team was well known among aurors, considered an elite squad. Some even referred to them as the Auror Special Forces. As a result, all recruits dreamed of being chosen to join. However, Stephen only selected those who caught his attention, and not just the top performers in their class. This made the competition to join his team fierce. Due to the numerous merits of Stephen's team, Amelia and Rufus had to reorganize the Auror office and create a new command unit called the Auror Legion, where the best and the special forces were stationed. They were responsible for the most dangerous missions, even assisting the International Confederation of Wizards. Naturally, Stephen remained their instructor. Since the Legion was still small, they needed to recruit more people. After saying a few farewell words and greeting the examiners, Stephen used a portkey and appeared on Flamel Island. "Grandpa, didn't you go with Grandma?" Upon arriving, he saw a man in his 30s patiently waiting for him. It was Nicolas Flamel. Stephen, using magic he had learned from the Ancient One, had managed to create an alchemical tool that restored youth in exchange for a large amount of magic. Since Nicolas and Perenelle were wizards with so much magic in their bodies that using it fully could harm them, this item was a blessing. It restored their youth at the cost of barely being able to use magic. Not many would accept such a trade-off, but the Flamels had even more powerful alchemical tools anyway. "I was waiting for you. Your grandmother went ahead with Misty," Nicolas said cheerfully upon seeing his grandson. "Ugh, I technically work for the Aurors, and they don't let me use portals or apparition. It's ridiculous," Stephen complained as he approached his grandfather. "They let you work with the Aurors even though you're underage, they're not going to break any more rules," his grandfather said with a smile, motioning for Stephen to take his arm. "They tricked me into working for them anyway," Stephen muttered, grabbing Nicolas' arm as he activated a portkey that transported them to where Perenelle was. "Ugh, I hate traveling with these things. I can't wait to be able to use portals," Stephen grumbled, holding his head after traveling twice via portkey, feeling dizzy. When he looked at his grandfather, he saw him staring ahead with a serious expression. Following his gaze, he saw that Harry's house was about to explode, even the walls were creaking, struggling to contain something. "Oh, is that Grandma? Who made her angry?" Stephen asked, realizing that what was warping the house was Perenelle's magic, on the verge of losing control. Isn't the youth necklace supposed to absorb all of a person's magic, leaving only the minimum? Nicolas asked his grandson teasingly. "It's obviously a prototype. Grandma insisted on using it no matter what. Let's see what happens," Stephen defended himself, ignoring his grandfather's amused look as he pulled out his phone. "Come to 4 Privet Drive, bring an Obliviator," Stephen said. After ending the call, he saw his grandfather toss a circular object to the ground, causing a curtain to appear around Harry's house while an illusion formed, making it look as if nothing unusual was happening. "Old man, why didn't you tell me you had that? It would be really useful during raids in the Muggle world," Stephen complained as he followed his grandfather, who entered the house with a worried expression. "Monster! Monster!" screamed an obese woman hiding under a table as they entered. Meanwhile, the Dursley family was kneeling in front of Perenelle, who was glaring at them furiously while keeping Harry behind her. It seemed that Perenelle's anger had caused her to lose control of her magic, creating a well-known magi accident. "Aren't kids the only ones who lose control of their magic?" "Shoo," Nicolas interrupted Stephen before he could finish, silencing him so that Perenelle wouldn't hear. "Powerful wizards can cause them too." Since they have so much magic, they need more control. That's why the older a wizard gets, the calmer they become or they retreat to comfortable places, Nicolas explained, pointing out that ancient wizards are rarely seen in the magical world because most of them withdraw to peaceful locations. That's why they always keep an eye on Dumbledore. If a wizard as powerful as him were to lose control, he could cause massive damage without meaning to, Nicolas continued, mentioning that although Dumbledore was a hero, he was constantly monitored due to the risk he posed. Or maybe they just watch him out of fear that he'll steal all the sweets in the world, Stephen joked as he approached Harry. Chapter 56, New Member of the Flamel Family. New member of the Flamel family. So, what happened? Stephen asked as he approached Harry and saw Misty applying medicine to his ankle. I'm sorry, Harry said, embarrassed. Sigh. You're usually braver at Hogwarts, Stephen said, observing Harry, who looked guilty. Young master, it was that muggle's fault, Misty said, pointing at the obese woman hiding under the table. When the mistress and I arrived, her pet was biting little Harry while she mocked his parents, Misty explained seriously. Did you leave your wand at the mansion before coming? Stephen asked Harry. Yes, just like you told me. Why? Harry responded, confused. We don't want the ministry bothering you or expelling you from Hogwarts. What? I'll explain later, Stephen said as he approached his grandmother, who was furious, while his grandfather tried to calm her down. Perenelle, my dear wife, if you stay angry, it will harm you. Please, calm down, Nicolas said, trying to soothe his wife. Before Stephen could say anything, several noises were heard outside, the sounds of apparition. Since the door had been left open, the newcomers quickly entered the house. The first to step in was Kingsley Shacklebolt. Upon entering the Dursleys' house and seeing Stephen, he relaxed and approached him. Behind him came more people, Dumbledore, a woman, the minister, and several Aurors. Before they could say a word, Perenelle, seeing Dumbledore enter, spoke furiously and without hesitation. Dumbledore, how could you let Harry Potter be abused by muggles who despise magic? Each word she spoke made her anger rise, intimidating everyone present. Lady Perenelle, you can trust that when I left young Potter at his relative's home, there was also someone watching over and protecting him. I never received any reports of abuse. Perhaps this is a misunderstanding, Dumbledore said, trying to calm the enraged witch. Where is that person? She asked, growing even angrier upon learning that someone had been watching and did nothing. I am, said the woman who had entered with Dumbledore timidly. Mrs. Fig. Harry exclaimed in surprise. You know her, Harry? Yes, Mrs. Fig used to look after me when my relatives left on trips. She also fed me when they wouldn't let me eat, Harry said, lowering his voice at the last part. But Perenelle heard it and began treating Mrs. Fig better. You never reported that Harry was being mistreated at home? Perenelle asked Mrs. Fig seriously. They never went too far, so I thought he would be fine. Besides, once he grew up, he probably wouldn't see that family again, Mrs. Fig replied. Did you not consider that psychological abuse can leave lasting scars on young children as they grow? Perenelle said angrily. Hearing that, Mrs. Fig had no response. She wasn't a doctor, and as a squib, she had endured much mistreatment in the magical world, especially from her own family. Perhaps that was why she didn't see Harry's mistreatment as unusual and simply supported him from the sidelines. Psychological issues among wizards are serious, especially for a young wizard still developing. How do you think obscurials are formed? Perenelle said, startling the others. Obscurials went extinct centuries ago, Minister Fudge quickly stated. No. The former Dark Lord, Grindelwald, had an obscurial among his followers, one so powerful it nearly helped him win the war, Stephen responded, glancing at Dumbledore, who tried to maintain a neutral expression. Very well. Young Potter will not become an obscurial. We should handle this delicately, Dumbledore said, steering the conversation away. I don't care. Harry will come live with us, Perenelle declared, gesturing to her family to prepare to leave. Mrs. Flamel, I understand that you've grown fond of young Potter, but you can't just take a minor like this, Fudge said, trying to prevent Harry from leaving with the Flamels. And who's going to stop me? You. Perenelle asked, exuding an aura of power as the house began to creak once more. I, as Minister of Magic, must prevent the abduction of a minor, especially the boy who lived. Fudge blurted out, emboldening himself while hiding behind Dumbledore and the Aurors. Upon hearing that, Perenelle turned her gaze to Stephen. Sigh. Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley, and Marge Dursley are under arrest for the emotional abuse of a growing young wizard, Stephen declared, gesturing to Kingsley and the Aurors who had arrived with him. Kingsley, unsure of what to do, looked at Dumbledore, who nodded for him to proceed. With that, Kingsley and the Aurors shackled the Dursleys' hands. On what grounds are you giving that order? Fudge intervened, trying to make things difficult for Stephen. The International Confederation of Wizards established a law for the prevention of obscurials, which all ministries of magic must abide by. But as minister, you should already know that, shouldn't you? Stephen said mockingly as he walked past Fudge, who scowled in frustration but had no response. You can't do this. We're not part of your world. Don't take me away from my poor Dudley. Petunia screamed, clinging to her son. Monsters, stay away. Marge yelled from under the table as her dog barked furiously. Unfortunately, when a crime is committed against a wizard, we can intervene, and your government is well aware of that, Stephen said, mocking Vernon, who was now screaming in desperation. Then, he let the Aurors take over. The children under their care will be sent to a hospital for physical and psychological evaluations. After that, they will be placed in orphanages if no direct relatives can take them in, one of the Aurors stated. I have another sister. Send Dudley to her, Vernon responded bitterly, knowing he couldn't escape. But he said nothing about Harry, earning the scorn of everyone present. Harry Potter will be adopted by my family, Perenelle declared, glaring at Vernon before turning to Harry, who looked at her with surprise and a hint of excitement. Is that all right, Harry? Would you like to come with us? Perenelle asked gently, while Stephen handed her a pendant to the side. Yes. Harry answered quickly, fearing she might change her mind. Wonderful. Perenelle said happily as she put on the pendant. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she began to grow younger. So that's why that girl called you brother, Stephen murmured almost inaudibly. He suddenly felt a gaze on him and turned to see Dumbledore watching him with an intrigued smile. So that's why you had no objections, old man, Stephen said to the grinning Dumbledore. I have no idea what you could be referring to, Mr. Flamel, Dumbledore replied calmly. Stephen followed his family and, in passing, noticed the dark expression on Minister Fudge's face. The men glared at him as if he were his worst enemy. Everyone gathered around the nearly forgotten Nicolas Flamel. No one recognized him now that he was young again, which Nicolas didn't mind. He had no interest in being chased everywhere. Let's take little Harry to the hospital for a checkup first, and then we'll handle the adoption paperwork, Perenelle told her family. There's no need to go to the hospital, Harry said, slightly worried but far more interested in the adoption part. Too bad. Even though they gave you the important vaccines at school, Grandma takes magical illnesses very seriously, so they're definitely going to poke your backside, Stephen teased, earning a reproachful look from his grandmother. A full checkup never hurts, Harry. After that, we'll take care of the paperwork. It won't take long, don't worry, Nicolas reassured him. After a few more words, Misty transported them all to St. Mungo's. Upon arriving at St. Mungo's, Harry looked around in awe, never having been in a magical hospital before. It all looks just like Hogwarts, Harry thought as he followed the Flamel family through the corridors. Welcome to St. Mungo's, a healer greeted as she saw them enter. But upon recognizing the Flamels, she was left speechless, which Perenelle took advantage of to head straight to the examination rooms. Hello, healer. We're here for a full medical checkup for Harry Potter. Here are the documents, Nicolas said kindly, handing over a parchment. Harry Potter, the healer finally reacted, looking at Harry in astonishment before reading the documents. Yes, of course. Please, follow me, she said quickly, leading them to a private room. It'll be quick, Harry. Just a few tests, Stephen said as the healer prepared the equipment. Though Harry felt nervous, the warmth of the Flamel family reassured him. After hours of tests, analyses, and diagnostic spells, the healer finally returned with a smile. Everything is fine. Young Potter is in perfect health. He just needs better nutrition and a few vaccinations, the healer said, looking at Harry sympathetically. Thank Merlin. Perenelle said, hugging Harry. All right, that was the last step. Now we can proceed with the adoption paperwork, Nicolas said, smiling at Harry. When they arrived at the mansion, Harry seemed restless. Stephen, noticing it, approached him with a reassuring smile. Adoption in the magical world requires someone from the ministry to come to the house as a witness. And on the Muggle side, Misty has already taken care of everything, Stephen explained, guessing the reason for Harry's discomfort. I see, though that's not what I was worried about, Harry quickly replied, slightly embarrassed, as Perenelle watched him with fondness. I hope the minister doesn't send someone annoying, Nicolas commented casually. Don't worry, I asked Amelia Bones to help us, along with a few friends, Stephen replied as his magical phone rang. That must be them. I'll go greet them, he said, walking toward the island's transportation area. A few seconds later, Stephen returned, followed by Amelia Bones, Arthur Weasley, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, who would serve as the 3 required witnesses. Hello, Mrs. Flamel. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Amelia Bones, your grandson's superior. I've heard many stories about the Flamel couple, it's an honor, Amelia said with a smile, shaking Perenelle's hand. They're just old stories. Thank you for coming, Amelia, Perenelle replied with a smile. Mr. Nicolas, it's an honor. I'm a big fan of alchemy, I've even created some interesting objects using Muggle artifacts, Arthur said, clearly excited to see the legendary alchemist. Haha, yes, I heard about the flying car. A fascinating mechanism, Nicolas replied with a grin. Though it also got him into trouble, Kingsley added, greeting everyone with a knowing smile. Well, let's get the adoption contract done quickly, and then we can chat, Stephen said, clearly having other matters to attend to. Everyone got to work, swiftly completing the necessary paperwork to finalize the adoption. Harry watched the scene from the side, happy but mostly quiet. Meanwhile, Stephen thought to himself, no wonder Harry agreed to leave with his godfather so easily, even after meeting him right out of prison. He didn't even take a full day to decide. Suddenly, Stephen remembered something and exclaimed aloud, right. The godfather, earning curious looks from everyone present. Sorry, I was just thinking of something. Amelia, when you're done, I need to talk to you about a work-related matter, Stephen said, noticing they were about to wrap up. Understood, Amelia replied, signing the final document as the ministry's witness. Then, with a smile, she turned to the Flamel couple and Harry. Now, Mr. Harry Potter is officially and legally a member of the Flamel family. Congratulations. Amelia announced, congratulating the family with a broad smile. Chapter 57, The Park and the Adventure. The Park and the Adventure. Several days passed, and since Harry had already lived in the Flamel mansion for a while, not much changed after the adoption. The most noticeable difference was that, whereas before he acted like a guest, now it was common to see him helping Perenelle with anything he could. As Stephen crossed the courtyard with the twins, he glanced toward Perenelle, who was watering the plants with Harry by her side. Should I feel jealous or happy for Harry, now that he's found a mother figure? He jokingly asked the twins. You're the older brother now, you should act like it, the twins said almost in unison. Being the older brother requires maturity, they added, causing Stephen to give them an incredulous look, as they were the least qualified to talk about that. A few pranks now and then to assert your superiority are necessary, they continued. Maybe even a trauma or two, they finished. I feel bad for Ron, having brothers like you, Stephen commented. Haha, boss, let's hurry up, it's almost time, the twins said excitedly. We're finally opening the amusement park, they added. All right, let's invite Harry, Stephen said as he approached Harry and Perenelle. Harry, the amusement park is opening today. Want to come with us? Your friend should have received invitations too, Stephen said. Harry seemed hesitant. He wanted to go but also wished to spend more time with Perenelle. Go have fun, dear. I'll be watching a movie with your grandfather today anyway, Perenelle said with a smile, helping Harry make a decision. All right, Harry said happily. See you later, Grandma, he said, still feeling a bit awkward with the title but also pleased. Mama's boy, Stephen teased, earning a sharp look from his grandmother, who was about to scold him. He quickly grabbed Harry and ran off. See you later, Grandma. Love you. Stephen called as he rushed toward the fireplace, with the others following him. When they arrived, stepping out of one of the enchanted fireplaces at the amusement park's entrance, they saw all sorts of transportation methods, portkey fireplaces, portals, and more, anticipating the massive flow of visitors. And they were right. Upon arrival, they were met with a sea of people from different countries. After all, this was the first magical amusement park of such magnitude. While similar places already existed, nothing compared to what Stephen and the twins had created, with Nicolas Flamel's help, of course. "Guys, you're here," Harry said, waving at his friends, who had already arrived with their families. Even Luna was there, accompanied by her father, a tall, blonde man who couldn't stop smiling and taking pictures. "Brother, I brought my dad. We came to see the zoo," Luna said upon spotting Stephen, quickly approaching him. The zoo was part of the park. The great thing about magic was that even in small spaces, expansion spells could create vast areas with appropriate biomes for the creatures. With the Scamander's help, many animals that could no longer survive on their own were cared for in a controlled environment. Of course, they were protected by one-way mirrors to prevent them from being disturbed. "So, you're the famous Stephen Flamel. Nice to meet you, I'm Xenophilius Lovegood. Thank you so much for looking after my Luna at Hogwarts and teaching her that wonderful magic she loves so much," Luna's father said in a relaxed, almost odd, manner. "Pleasure to meet you, sir. It's no trouble looking after her, we get along well." "She reminds me of my sister," Stephen responded automatically, adapting to Xenophilius' peculiar nature. "Oh, you have a sister? Didn't she come with you?" Xenophilius asked. "No, she's not in this world," Stephen replied, earning sad looks from those around him. The atmosphere grew slightly uncomfortable, so Stephen broke the silence. "Well then, shall we go have fun?" he said with a smile as they headed toward the grand entrance, explaining how some attractions worked. The transparent veil we pass through at the entrance functions just like the Gringotts waterfall. It breaks concealment spells and registers visitors as they enter. It's for security, obviously, we don't want any unwanted individuals causing trouble, Stephen explained with a grin. In the park, you can use magic freely, as long as it's not offensive or harmful. If you do, security golems and guards will be alerted, he added. Fantastic that you thought about security, especially in a place packed with people. Arthur Weasley commented, with the rest of the Weasley family nodding behind him. Well, now that we're inside, we can split up and enjoy ourselves however we want, the twins said excitedly before dashing off. "Those boys," Molly said, slightly annoyed. "It's all right, Molly, let them have fun. They've worked hard," Arthur interjected to calm her down. As everyone began to disperse, Stephen approached the golden trio and overheard Ron complaining. "Harry, I heard from Fred that you helped test the rides last year. Why didn't you tell me?" Ron asked, slightly annoyed at being kept in the dark. "I couldn't, I had to keep it a secret until now." "Stop whining like a child," Hermione replied, already beginning to argue with Ron. "Sorry, Stephen told me that if I told anyone, I'd have to double my exercises," Harry said in his defense. "All right, kids, stop making noise. You're drawing everyone's attention," Stephen intervened while waving to Hermione's parents, who were watching from not too far away. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, feel free to go enjoy yourselves. There are some lovely spots for a date. I'll make sure these three stay out of trouble," Stephen told them with a smile. The couple gladly accepted. "You know, there's an illusion chamber we're still researching that isn't open to the public yet. Want to check it out?" Stephen asked. Hermione and Harry quickly agreed while throwing a look at Ron, who was still somewhat annoyed. Grumbling, Ron accepted. After all, it was something no one else had access to yet, and he'd be the first to try it. After walking for a while through the excited crowd enjoying the rides, they reached a corner of the park blocked off by a barrier. "I knew you guys would be here," Stephen said upon seeing the twins waiting outside the barrier. "Hurry up, boss. We've been waiting for years," Fred said. "Not really, but it sure felt like it," George added. "All right, follow me," Stephen said, opening the barrier to let everyone in. Behind the barrier, there wasn't much, just a small hut that could easily go unnoticed. Inside, it was completely empty, except for a trapdoor in the floor. "Let's go down," Stephen said, opening the trapdoor and descending a staircase leading to a dark, cornerless room, as if they were inside a giant tube. "What is this place, sir?" Hermione asked, looking around. Do you know what a pensieve is? Stephen responded with another question. Ron and Harry quickly turned to Hermione. I've read about it. A pensieve is an ancient object whose creator is unknown. It allows people to view, analyze, and store memories. But, as far as I know, pensieves are much smaller, Hermione explained quickly. Well, you can think of this as a pensieve that lets you interact with created memories, Stephen said while stepping into the center of the room. Immediately, a shelf appeared, filled with stones glowing in various colors. And these are the memories. Since they're obviously not real but created, they look like this, he explained quickly, seeing that Hermione was about to ask another question. By the way, I call them illusion stones. Enough explanations, boss, Fred and George said. Yeah, no need to explain, just have fun. Fred said, grabbing one of the stones with a mischievous grin and tossing it into the air. The stone floated above their heads, and the previously dark and dimly lit room began to shift in color. Before they realized it, they were standing in a dark, eerie forest. Where are we? Ron asked, frightened. This looks like, Harry murmured, recognizing the place. Hogwarts. Hermione shouted, pointing to the castle in the distance. Welcome to the Forbidden Forest simulation of Hogwarts. Your task is to survive until you reach the castle, Fred announced with a grin, raising his hands like a show host. Oh, and by the way, magic doesn't work in the simulation, George added. Survive. Without magic. The three shouted in unison. Sigh with brothers like these, who needs enemies? Stephen muttered softly, while glancing at Ron, who had just realized what kind of simulation this was. The Golden Trio was about to ask how they were supposed to survive, but they stopped when they heard a sound behind one of the trees. They quickly turned. Spiders. Ron screamed when he saw what was behind them. Relax, Ron. The game doesn't start until you interact with the acromantulas, either by touching or hitting them. Until then, you're invisible, Stephen explained, trying to calm his friend, who was trembling with fear. The game still needed some adjustments, which was why it was still closed to the public. I must say, boss, the graphics have improved a lot. They used to look all blocky, Fred said, inspecting one of the giant insects up close. Meanwhile, Ron was on the verge of tears as more and more spiders approached. Calm down, Ron. Didn't you hear Stephen? As long as we don't touch anything, they can't see us, Harry reassured him. Boss, how do we get out of here? Please. Ron quickly asked. You just have to hit the stone above with anything. Take advantage of being invisible, Stephen explained, pointing at the floating stone above their heads. Great, let's get out of here quickly. Harry, help me, said Ron, starting to pick up stones from the ground to throw at the glowing stone. Ron, Hermione tried to warn him. Hurry up, Harry. Help me. Ron repeated. Ron. Harry shouted. What? Ron responded, annoyed, turning to look at his friends, who were pointing forward. At that moment, one of the rocks Ron had thrown bounced off a tree and hit one of the nearby acromantulas. Feeling the impact, the acromantula quickly turned toward them, letting out a furious screech. Fred, George, and Stephen, who had been watching from not too far away, turned around simultaneously and, without saying a word, started running toward the castle. The Golden Trio, about to ask what they should do, saw their saviors fleeing without looking back. Wait. The three shouted as they started running after them. No, spiders. Ron yelled, speeding ahead of his friends. But after a few meters, he tripped over a branch and fell to the ground. Ron quickly got up, not daring to look back. The spiders kept advancing, and the Golden Trio ran behind the twins and Stephen, trying not to lose sight of the glowing castle in the distance. The forest seemed endless, and with every step they took, the branches and roots on the ground became more treacherous. Hurry up, we're close. Fred shouted without stopping. Close to what? Hermione asked, out of breath. The castle, of course, George answered, briefly turning to grin before continuing to run. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a deafening roar echoed through the trees. What was that? Harry asked, looking up at the sky. That's not part of the game, right? Hermione said, visibly worried. Stephen, who had remained calm until then, began running faster. "Follow me," he exclaimed, not giving any further explanation. The group picked up the pace, but as they advanced, the roar grew louder. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow passed over them. "It's a dragon!" Ron shouted, looking up. The enormous dragon descended slowly between the trees, blocking the path to the castle. Its eyes gleamed menacingly as it breathed a stream of fire into the sky. "Correction. We're not close at all," Fred shouted, changing direction. "How do we beat a dragon without magic?" Harry asked, panting. "We don't. We just run," George replied. As the group scattered to avoid the dragon's flames, Stephen lifted his gaze to the glowing stone floating above them. "Fred, George. The dragon isn't programmed to attack us, yet," Stephen shouted. "Then what do we do?" Fred asked, having stopped running. "We need to destroy the stone before it becomes uncontrollable," Stephen responded. Ron, still panting, gave Hermione a desperate look. "Please tell me you have a brilliant idea," he said pleadingly. "Maybe if we use a big branch," Hermione said, looking around for something useful. "Perfect," Harry said, finding a branch long enough. He quickly handed it to Ron and encouraged him to throw it at the floating stone. "Come on, Ron. This is your chance," Harry cheered. Ron took the branch, focused, and threw it with all his strength at the stone. The branch soared through the air and struck the stone directly. Immediately, the forest began to fade away, along with the dragon, the spiders, and everything around them. Within seconds, the group was back in the circular room, with the shelf of glowing stones looking the same as before. "We did it," Harry shouted, relieved. "That was horrible," Ron exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor, still recovering from the scare. "Well done, team. Though I think we'll need to adjust a few things before opening this to the public," Stephen said, evaluating the simulation. Fred and George exchanged glances. "Well, boss, it was fun." Although Ron nearly wet his pants, Fred said, laughing. "That's not true," Ron shouted, offended. "Are you sure, brother?" "Because I saw you pretty close to," George began, but Ron cut him off. "Enough. Stop scaring me with that stuff," he protested, standing up. All right. Fred raised his hands, feigning innocence. "Well, guys, I think that's enough for today. Why don't we head back to the others?" Stephen suggested. The group left the room with a mix of relief and excitement. Although they had been scared, they couldn't deny that it had been an unforgettable experience. As they walked back toward the park, the conversation revolved around how fun it would be when the simulation was fully ready for the public. Hermione looked at Stephen with curiosity. "How did you come up with something like this?" she asked. "Well, I thought it would be interesting to combine magic with simulation technology. This way, we can recreate experiences that would normally be too dangerous in real life while keeping them safe for the players," Stephen replied with a smile. "You have a brilliant mind, Stephen," Hermione said, impressed. I know, Stephen responded with a soft laugh. "But it's also thanks to everyone's help. Without your support, none of this would be possible." As they walked, the park, filled with magic and fun, offered endless possibilities. Stephen was satisfied with what they had accomplished, but he knew that the real challenge was keeping everything running smoothly for all visitors. End of the chapter. Chapter 58, Harry's New Companion. Harry's New Companion. After leaving the simulator, everyone split up to enjoy the park on their own. Meanwhile, Stephen was strolling around, watching people have fun with a smile on his face. "Brother." A small voice called out from the distance, catching Stephen's attention. When he turned around, he saw a very cute little girl running toward him. "Brother Stephen." "It's been so long," the girl said, hugging him affectionately. "Hello, Gabby. Didn't we see each other just last week?" Stephen replied with a smile, patting the girl's head. Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's younger sister, was a cheerful little blonde girl who enjoyed teasing her older sister. Behind her, her parents and Fleur approached, both smiling at the sight of Stephen. "Hello, Stephen. We came to see your amusement park." Thank you for the tickets, Madame Delacour said with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Fleur's father still looked at Stephen as if he were an enemy, but he kept it to himself to avoid being scolded by his wife. Hello, uncle, aunt. And you too, Fleur. I hope the trip wasn't too rough, Stephen said with a grin. No. This time, we took a plane. Dad doesn't like operating long distances, Gabrielle said cheerfully. He gets motion sickness easily, Madame Delacour added with a teasing smile, glancing at her husband, who tried to act unfazed. All right, Gabby. Go play. Let your brother show your sister around, Madame Delacour told Gabrielle with a knowing smile and a wink, which the little girl quickly understood. Have fun, Madame Delacour said as she and Gabrielle dragged her husband away, leaving him no room to argue about leaving his eldest daughter behind. Stephen and Fleur were left standing there, surprised at how quickly everything had happened. Haha, your family is as lively as ever, Stephen said, glancing at Fleur. That's when he noticed how beautifully dressed Fleur was. She wore a blue dress that matched her eyes, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail with a ribbon. Her ethereal beauty needed no makeup, momentarily stunning Stephen and reminding him of the little girl he had seen with the headmaster, Rosie. That thought embarrassed him, making him look away. Ahem. Come on, I'll show you some of the attractions, he said, a little nervous. Damn, now I'm acting weird because of those kids. Sure, Fleur replied with a smile, following Stephen. After a few minutes of walking, Stephen regained his composure and no longer felt flustered. So, what do you think of my park? Stephen asked with a smile. It's amazing. I can tell you put a lot of effort into it. A lot. Maybe too much, he said, glancing at the roller coaster disappearing into the clouds. Ha. At least you've matured a little. You used to love pranking people. Now you make them happy, Fleur said with a smile. Hey, my pranks made some people happy, more or less. Making yourself happy doesn't count. In any case, you've matured too. You used to be all violent and aggressive, he said, trying to defend himself. That was because of your pranks, Fleur said, a little embarrassed as she recalled how she used to be, especially around Stephen. Of course, Fleur had changed over the years, particularly since Beauxbatons had etiquette classes, one of the reasons Perenelle had wanted Stephen to attend that school. Seeing Fleur embarrassed, Stephen smiled victoriously. Are you hungry? What? Fleur asked, slightly surprised by the abrupt change of topic. If you're hungry. Well, I've been running around all morning and haven't eaten yet. Want to join me? Sure, Fleur replied softly with a smile. As they walked, people couldn't help but stare at the pair, a handsome young man and a beautiful lady drawing attention wherever they went. By the eternal Vishanti! Harry shouted as a bright light burst from him, expanding a few meters. Well done, little brother. You reached 2 meters, now the enemy will have to do this to hit you, Stephen said, tossing a pack of candies at Harry's face, distracting him and causing his spell to fade. And by the way, why do you have to shout the name of the spell? You're way too used to Hogwarts magic. It's easier to focus when I say the name, Harry defended himself. And why am I even training this magic? You said it was unlikely I'd need it, he asked, a bit tired. Unlikely doesn't mean you won't use it. This magic can expel dark creatures, which you normally can't harm, Stephen explained calmly. Is this the magic you used on Voldemort when he turned into a ghost? Harry recalled, referring to their first year when Stephen had saved him. Exactly. It's purification magic, it doesn't do anything to ghosts since they aren't dark creatures. But you'll run into some immortal pests that are quite annoying, and this magic will help. Oh, and it also works on vampires, werewolves, and demons, Stephen added, sitting down in one of the patio chairs where his grandparents were enjoying their afternoon tea. Are those things going to be at Hogwarts? Perenelle asked, looking displeased. They should be careful with those things, Nicolas said. Well, our great and benevolent minister had a brilliant idea. It won't last long, though, I already have a plan with Amelia, Stephen explained. What are you talking about? Harry asked, not understanding. Before his grandparents could respond, Stephen spoke up. Some bugs, like mushrooms. They're supposed to be guarding us because some idiot escaped from Azkaban, Stephen said nonchalantly as Misty handed him a cup of tea. Looking at Misty, Stephen suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, I still haven't given you your welcome gift, Stephen said, standing up with a smile. Seeing that smile, Harry had a bad feeling. No, it's fine, but before he could finish, Stephen interrupted. It's fine. I'm your big brother now, and this will be fun. Misty, follow me. I need your help, Stephen said, running off to who knows where. Harry looked to his grandparents for help, but they just smiled. It's all right, Harry. Even if your brother is a little crazy, he's happy that you've joined the family, Nicolas said with a smile. In the meantime, how about I teach you Expecto Patronum? Perenelle said with a smile. Expecto. What does that spell do? Harry asked, unfamiliar with it. It's one of the most powerful defensive spells and also helps protect you from dark creatures, Perenelle explained calmly. Isn't it like by the Eternal Vishanti? Harry asked, confused. No, Harry. Expelling is not the same as defending, one is the sword, and the other is the shield. It's best to have both, Perenelle explained with a smile. All right, Harry agreed. While Harry trained with Perenelle, Stephen and Misty arrived at a dark alley filled with trash. Are you sure it's around here? Stephen asked, puzzled. Yes, young master. Misty set up a tracking spell to make sure it wouldn't come near the new young master Harry again, Misty explained. I told you, Misty, you don't have to call him new young master. You can say, young master number 2, Stephen said with a grin. Oh. There it is. Misty said, spotting something moving in the trash. Great, grab it and let's go back, Stephen said cheerfully. When they returned, Stephen saw Harry training with Perenelle. Oh, Expecto Patronum, good spell, Stephen remarked, noticing the faint mist coming from Harry's wand. Harry learns quickly. Not many can even produce mist the first time they use this spell, Perenelle said happily. Then you must be very proud, Harry, Stephen teased, making Harry a little embarrassed since the happy memory he had used was their family photo session last week. All right, Harry, here's your gift, Stephen said as Misty dropped a sack onto the ground. It started squirming, making Harry take a few steps back in fear. As the sack wriggled, a creature Harry knew very well emerged. Dobby. Harry Potter. Dobby has found Harry Potter again. Dobby cried as he ran to Harry and hugged his leg. Harry, not understanding, turned his gaze to Stephen. House elves need work, so I went ahead and hired one for you, Stephen said with a smile. But I don't need. Harry started to say but stopped when he saw Dobby beginning to look depressed. Seriously. There are 4 of us in the family now. Do you want poor, adorable Misty to work herself to exhaustion for all of us? Stephen said, lifting Misty and holding her up in front of Harry's face. Misty doesn't me, Misty didn't get to finish because Stephen covered her mouth. Then, he walked a few meters away with her. Misty, if Dobby joins Harry, you'll be in charge of training him and will become the head house elf. That means he'll work for you too. And just imagine if our family keeps growing, Stephen murmured while Harry and Dobby watched them in confusion. Misty, head house elf. A bigger family. Misty said before she started imagining something, smiling. Yes. Misty wants to be head house elf to take care of young master's babies, she said cheerfully, leaving Stephen stunned at her thoughts. A moment later, Stephen and Misty returned, Stephen looking bewildered, while Misty was delighted. Your elf will have to train with Misty before serving young master number 2, Misty declared. Young master number 2? Harry asked, confused. Just Harry is fine, Misty, he said. Young master Harry? Misty repeated, leaving Harry unsure of what to do. He glanced at his grandparents, who gestured for him to let it be. Misty could be quite strict about these things. All right, Misty will train you. Are you sure about this, elf? Stephen asked after composing himself. Be Harry Potter's servant. But Dobby is a free elf, Dobby said, uncertain. It's fine. You'll have the same mark as Misty, so you'll be free to choose your own master, Stephen explained gently. Really? Then Dobby wants to. Dobby said without hesitation, remembering when he had seen Misty's mark and how envious he had been of belonging to such a family. And most importantly, he could serve Harry Potter. Great. Good luck with your training, Dobby. And you too, Harry, Stephen said with a teasing smile. Harry started, but seeing how happy Dobby was, he decided to stay quiet. Come on, Harry, let's continue your training, Perenelle said, watching everything with interest. By the way, Stephen, Dumbledore told me something interesting that Misty just reminded me of, Nicholas commented with a smirk as mischievous as the one Stephen had given Harry. Damn, that old man doesn't understand the butterfly effect, Stephen grumbled, eyeing his grandfather warily. Don't worry too much about it. Besides, haven't you noticed that your grandmother isn't bothering you as much to call Fleur? Nicholas added with a grin. Oh, that's true. I can't wait to meet her. Would it be possible to create a reverse time turner? Perenelle said with a wide smile. Don't mess with time, Grandma. I have things to do, Stephen said, embarrassed, before quickly making his escape. Should I start buying clothes now? Perenelle asked her husband. What are you talking about, Grandma? Harry asked once again, completely lost. Looking at Harry, Perenelle smiled again. We already have 3 Harrys, and we still don't know if Stephen will have just one or more. I'm going shopping with Misty, she said cheerfully, quickly standing up. You teach Harry the Patronus, she reminded Nicholas. Yes, yes. Go ahead, Nicholas replied as he watched his wife dash off. Meanwhile, Harry was even more confused than before. Chapter 59, On the Way to Hogwarts Again. On the way to Hogwarts again. It was cloudy and dark as if it were nighttime, even though it was only midday. Today, the Flamel family had gathered at the Muggle courthouse. The reason? The trial of the Dursleys, who had been brought into the wizarding world for judgment. Harry felt a twinge of guilt at the thought that they might be sent to Azkaban, the worst magical prison in existence. After all, the Dursleys, begrudgingly, but still, had fed him and given him a roof over his head. So, he had asked his grandparents to have them judged in the Muggle world instead. So, Petunia Dursley, as an accomplice, will have to do community service under probation. At least she'll be able to stay with her son, Nicholas said, speaking to his family as they exited the courthouse. Luckily, that bastard Vernon Dursley will be in prison for 3 years, along with his sister. They were the worst. Are you sure about this, Harry? If we had judged them in the wizarding world, their sentence would have been much harsher, Perenelle said. Yes, Grandma. I wouldn't want my cousin to lose his parents too, like I did, Harry replied as he watched his aunt from a distance, hugging her beloved son. You have us now, Harry, Nicholas said with a smile, patting his back while Perenelle embraced him. Let's go back. In a few days, we have to return to Hogwarts, Stephen said, tired of being the center of attention for the Muggle women nearby. After all, today he was dressed elegantly in Muggle fashion, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the looks he was receiving. As the family was about to leave, Harry heard someone calling his name. Harry. The one who had shouted was Dudley Dursley, running toward him. Harry was surprised but gestured to his family to give him a moment. Harry. I'm sorry, Dudley said awkwardly, unable to meet his eyes. After all, he had spent some time living with his aunt and had perhaps experienced a glimpse of what Harry had felt in his own home. Harry was stunned for a few seconds at seeing his cousin apologize. It's okay, Dudley. Take care, he said, extending his hand. Dudley, overjoyed at being forgiven, shook his hand before quickly returning to his mother. Petunia could only look at Harry with guilt, giving him a small bow before leaving with her son. Harry stood there for a few seconds, watching as his old family drove away, unsure of what to feel, until they disappeared from sight. Are you okay, dear? Perenelle asked gently as she approached him. Yes. Much better, Harry replied, looking at his family, who were watching him with slight concern. For a brief moment, though, he felt an intense gaze from afar. He turned around, scanning the area, only to lock eyes with a black dog hiding in the bushes. However, just as a bus passed by, the dog disappeared from sight. Confused, he turned back to his family and noticed Stephen, who briefly glanced in that direction before whispering something to Misty, who then vanished. Where did Misty go, Stephen? He asked. I'm your brother now, and that's a secret, Stephen said, playfully hitting Harry on the head with a Muggle newspaper. Stephen, stop hitting your brother. Perenelle scolded upon seeing this. Don't worry, Grandma, he can't get any dumber from my hits, Stephen replied with a grin, earning a furious glare from his grandmother. He wisely chose to shut his mouth after that. Hurry up, it's about to rain, and we still have to buy your school supplies for tomorrow. Who leaves everything to the last minute? By Merlin. Perenelle began lecturing them as they walked toward the car. Yes, the Flamel family owned cars, boats, and even private planes. After all, they were one of the richest families in France, even in the Muggle world. They hadn't needed those vehicles before, but Stephen found them interesting for traveling in the Muggle world, so they bought them. Normally, Harry acted as their guide since he understood Muggle culture better than they did, and they had a lot of fun over the past few months. That's why they had delayed buying school supplies until now. When they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron and were about to head into Diagon Alley, they ran into none other than Fudge. The moment he saw the Flamel couple, he remembered them from Harry's house during the recent incident. Despite their now youthful appearance, thanks to Stephen's alchemical tools, he recognized them and quickly approached with a foolish smile. Mr. and Mrs. Flamel. It's been so long, what a pleasure to see you again, Fudge said. Hello, Minister Fudge. How are you? I'm sorry, but we're in a bit of a hurry, Nicholas replied, well accustomed to dealing with greedy individuals constantly trying to get close to them. Oh, of course. I hope you have a wonderful day, Fudge said with a smile, which quickly turned into a frown the moment they were out of sight. Though Stephen and Harry noticed. Interesting guy, huh? Sure. All right, kids, your grandfather and I will head home. You know how he is with crowds. Being famous and rich is tough, Nicholas said, pretending to be exhausted. Especially rich. You don't even have to be handsome, Stephen commented, making both him and Harry laugh. All right, boys, don't make fun of your ugly, rich grandfather, Perenelle teased. Stephen, please take care of all the shopping and don't lose Harry, she added quickly before following her husband, who was grumbling about being called ugly twice in a row. Well, Harry, let's have some fun. If I'm not mistaken, the Weasleys should be arriving later, and maybe tomorrow we can all head to the station together. Sure, Harry replied, following Stephen into Diagon Alley. After an hour of shopping, Stephen had found everything and carried it all in a bag with an undetectable extension charm. I have to say, you were quiet the whole time, Harry. I was surprised, Harry. Stephen looked around, realizing Harry was nowhere to be seen. Makes sense. I lost him from the start. He sighed, about to activate a tracking spell. But he didn't need to, he spotted Harry standing by a window not far away. Good thing you stayed exactly where I told you to, Stephen said, pretending as he stepped beside Harry. What? Harry asked, confused as he turned around. Shut up, I don't know if Grandma sent Misty to make sure I do my job as an older brother, Stephen murmured. Oh, right. I stayed here. You're terrible at acting and lying, Stephen said seriously. What are you looking at? The firebolt. They say it's the best broom of all time, it can reach up to 150 miles per hour. You know the cars we have in the Muggle world are faster, right? Yeah, but those don't fly, Harry replied without taking his eyes off the broom. Touché. You know I still owe you a birthday and welcome gift. Why don't I buy you one? Stephen said with a grin. Really? But it's really expensive, Harry said, a bit embarrassed. You're weird. You were rich before joining the Flamel family, and now that you're part of it, you're probably one of the richest young wizards in Europe. Grandpa already opened another vault for you because there wasn't enough room in your old one, Stephen said as he walked into the shop, leaving a stunned Harry behind. Grandpa opened a vault for me? Why? Harry asked, baffled. Because goblins have a size limit on vaults, so you have to pay for another if you have too much money. They're so greedy, Stephen explained while talking to the shop assistant. Red or black? Black. No, wait, why did he fill my vault with money? I don't know, it's his weird way of showing affection. He invents something, puts it in our name, and all the royalties go into our vaults. But I don't care about money, Harry said, feeling guilty. Sigh. don't worry. That's just how Grandpa is, and he'd feel guilty if he didn't give you the same as me. You can spend it however you want. Otherwise, you'll have to listen to him say he already has and had everything: wealth, love, health, immortality, and now youth, Stephen said with a reassuring smile. Well, your firebolt is ordered. Too bad we'll have to wait until Christmas, Stephen said. It's okay, I can wait, Harry replied, happy. Let's head back. Okay. When they returned to the Leaky Cauldron, they ran into the Weasleys and the Grangers, who had just arrived. Harry, Stephen, how are you, dears? Harry, I heard that Stephen's grandparents adopted you. I'm so glad you no longer have to go back to that house full of muggles. Molly spoke enthusiastically, but Arthur interrupted her. Dear, I think Harry gets it, Arthur said, half apologizing to Harry. And do you already feel like a big brother? The twins asked as they approached Stephen with mischievous grins. Have you played any pranks worthy of the Dark Prince yet? The twins barely finished speaking before receiving a smack from their mother. All right, let's sit down to eat. Stephen, Harry, please join us, Molly said, making sure everyone found a seat at the tables the Leaky Cauldron staff had prepared for the group. Before sitting down, Arthur pulled Harry aside and spoke in a low voice. Harry, I'm happy you're in a better place now. If you ever need anything, you can count on us. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. As they ate, everyone talked and laughed, filling the atmosphere with warmth and joy. The next day, everyone stood at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, ready to leave with their luggage. Ugh, too many trunks. Hand them over. Stephen said, storing all the trunks and bags in his magically expanded bag. There, now we can travel more comfortably. Awesome, the twins said in admiration. We need one of those. All right, everyone. The Ministry will be sending escort cars to take us to the station, Arthur announced. Ministry cars. What an honor, Percy said enthusiastically. The twins, on the other hand, looked far less impressed since they occasionally managed to sneak into the Flamel family's outings. After a smooth ride, they arrived at the station carrying only their pets. Ron grumbled about Hermione's cat as they walked. Hermione, keep that beast away from me, Ron said, glaring at Crookshanks. Crookshanks hasn't done anything, you should leave him alone. Enough, you two. Get on the train, Molly intervened. Stephen and the twins quickly said their goodbyes and took off. So, boss, did you finish the final touch on, you know what? Fred asked cryptically. Yeah, I brought one to test after class, Stephen replied, making the twins beam with excitement. Hey, guys. How were your holidays? Did you go to the new amusement park? Lee Jordan joined them along the way, excitedly talking about how much fun he had at the theme park. Well, I'll leave you guys here. I've got prefect duties to handle, Stephen said, pinning the prefect badge onto his robes. Boss, you're a prefect this year? That's amazing. Awesome, boss. You better remember our brotherhood. No promises. See you later, Stephen said, leaving his friends behind as he headed toward the prefect's carriage. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione searched for an empty compartment, greeting their classmates along the way. In the nearby carriages, they spotted Neville and Seamus, and Ginny ran into Luna in the hallway. Luna had a strange creature on her shoulder, a skeletal parrot, clearly inspired by a pirate movie Stephen had shown her. Finally, they found a compartment with only a sleeping man inside and decided to enter. Who do you think he is? Ron asked. He's Professor Remus John Lupin, Hermione answered. How do you know? It's written on his suitcase, Hermione pointed out simply. Oh. Well, Harry, tell us, what's it like being part of the Flamel family? They must have loads of ancient books, Hermione asked curiously. I heard they're the richest wizards in the world, Ron added. Harry started telling them about his summer with the Flamels and what it was like to have a different kind of family. As they talked, the rain began to fall softly, streaking the train window with gentle droplets. Thank you for reading. Chapter 60, Dementors, Time Turners, and blah blah blah. Dementors, Time Turners, and blah blah blah. Stephen walked through the train corridors, checking on the students alongside Penelope, a Ravenclaw student. Percy was dying of jealousy because he couldn't be with her, but Stephen didn't care much. Meanwhile, some girls kept giving him sweets, so his hands were full of snacks. Being a prefect isn't so bad, Stephen said to Penelope, offering her a candy. She looked at him, somewhat tired. Stephen, you should take this more seriously, she said, though she still took the candy. Suddenly, the train came to a stop, and the air grew cold and eerie. The windows began to freeze, scaring several nearby students. Oh, right, that. Stephen exclaimed, looking around. All right, students, get inside your compartments and close the doors. Don't worry, Stephen said, signaling to Penelope. Penelope, did everyone practice the spell I sent over the holidays? Stephen asked quickly. Yes. It's a bit complicated, but everyone can manage at least a few meters. Okay, that'll do. If you see something that scares you, use it without hesitation. Send messages to the others so they do the same. I'll go to the compartment that doesn't have one of our students, Stephen said rapidly. What? Is something bad coming? Penelope asked nervously, glancing around. Relax, you're one of the best in the group. If anything happens, you can handle it, and the others will come to help, Stephen reassured her. She nodded, though she still looked a little unsure. Stephen set off to check the compartments where he had no students capable of using eldritch magic for defense. He reached the third-year compartment, where he had suspected the source of trouble would be from the beginning. This was where the students who struggled the most with eldritch magic were. When he arrived, he saw Neville, Ginny, and Luna entering a compartment in fear. Stephen assumed Harry was inside. At the other end of the hallway, a Dementor appeared without much warning and headed straight for them. It went straight for them. Is it because it senses Harry's unusual soul or something else? Stephen wondered, observing whether his students would react or freeze up as they usually did in dangerous situations. The Dementor opened the compartment door and began sucking the spirit from Harry, who barely managed to cast the purification spell, but only a few inches away. Unable to attack Harry, the Dementor turned toward the others. Just as it was about to strike, a hand grabbed it by the head and pulled it away. Well, much better than I expected, Harry. Though you still left a lot to be desired, Stephen said, holding the struggling Dementor as it writhed in his grip, trying to break free. Boss. Stephen. Everyone stared in shock at the young man who had come to help them, while Harry wasn't sure whether he had been complimented or not, but he was relieved to see Stephen. That's a Dementor. They're supposed to be Azkaban's guards. What are they doing here? Hermione asked while comforting Luna, who was pale and crying. Seeing this, Stephen frowned, and without a word, crushed the Dementor's head with his glowing purification-infused hand. The creature dissipated into mist. Here, some students gave me candies and chocolates. They'll help lift your spirits, Stephen said, handing out the sweets and gently patting Luna's head to comfort her. How did you do that? Dementors aren't supposed to die, Ron said, astonished. It's the magic I gave you as homework, idiot. I see you didn't practice much, Stephen said, looking at Ron like he was a fool. You mean the magic that repels dark creatures like Inferi, vampires, and werewolves? In your message, you only said it would repel them, Hermione said, clearly grasping what he was referring to. Stephen noticed the man in the compartment reacted strangely when werewolf was mentioned, and he recognized him. Stephen glanced at him for a second with a smile and gave him a casual greeting before responding to Hermione. Later, know-it-all, he replied, offering no further explanation since this wasn't the time or place for a lesson. I'll go speak with the conductor. I see you're in good hands, Lupin said before quickly leaving. Meanwhile, Stephen received message alerts on his magic phone, so he quickly checked in case someone was in trouble. It seemed like everyone had done their job well. Maybe Penelope had gone a bit overboard, blowing up half a compartment, but no one was hurt since reinforcements arrived and helped her scare off the Dementor. Are you all okay? Or do you need me to stay? Stephen asked kindly. We're fine, I'll take care of Luna, Ginny said, hugging her friend, who kept the parrot she had summoned on her shoulder, showing great concentration despite the situation. Impressive. Should I teach her more summoning magic? Stephen thought as he observed Luna, though he quickly dismissed the idea. The summoning magic he knew could be dangerous, and he didn't want a hellish army running loose in the world. After making sure everyone was okay, he left and checked on the other students along the way. When they arrived at the school, everyone saw the Dementors lurking in the sky, especially some of them at the school's entrance, which frightened many. Ron helped a bit by telling how he supposedly faced one in the compartment alongside Stephen to destroy it forever. Not everyone believed him, so some asked others, as they knew these creatures were practically indestructible. When they confirmed it was true, except for the part where Ron helped, many were surprised and started approaching to walk alongside Stephen. Thus, Stephen walked surrounded by a group of students until they entered the castle. Back off. The Dementors aren't going to enter the school, Stephen said, annoyed. While he didn't mind being surrounded, he preferred it not to be by the guys. The girls looked at them enviously and shouted, "Cowards!" "Boss, why do I feel like the Dementors look strange?" Fred asked, looking at the sky. "You say that as if you see them often, Fred," George mocked. "Maybe they're upset because one of them died, something unusual in their existence." "Don't bother with them, they're like cockroaches, they multiply in the dark and damp," Stephen said, unconcerned. "Do you think the minister will be upset?" Jordan asked. "I don't care, but the one who will be upset is my grandmother." "I want to see what the minister says to defend himself," Stephen said with a smile. Finally, they arrived at the Great Hall, where everyone took their seats to wait for the new students. Stephen no longer bothered much to pay attention, as he was sending messages under the table with his magic phone. "Anything interesting, boss?" Fred said with a teasing smile. "Good thing phones exist, and we don't have to send letters by owl," George chimed in sarcastically. "Nothing. Just work," Stephen replied as calmly as possible to avoid giving them any leverage. "Always so busy with work, or the park, or training, or dates, or love," the twins said one after the other, trying to get a reaction from Stephen, who remained unfazed. "I don't know what you're talking about, but the headmaster is about to speak." "Show some respect," Stephen said, forcing them to look at Dumbledore, though the twins continued smiling knowingly. "I will now introduce you to the two new professors," Dumbledore announced. While the headmaster spoke, the twins whispered to Stephen. "Fleur told us to keep watch southwest. No girl gets close to you," Fred said with a mischievous smile, "or she'd kill you, and then us," George added, patting his shoulder and looking at him mockingly. Finally, they saw a flicker of regret on Stephen's face, which made them burst into laughter, only to be interrupted by Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. "Gotta say, now that she's calmer, she's even scarier," they said before slipping away before Professor McGonagall lost her temper. The next day, Stephen was called along with Hermione to McGonagall's office. "Please, take a seat," the professor said as they arrived. "Why did you call me, Professor?" Stephen asked, somewhat puzzled. "Mr. Flamel, as you can see, Miss Granger has selected all the optional subjects," McGonagall explained. "Oh, that must be exhausting," Stephen said, looking at Hermione in surprise. "The thing is, normally, Hogwarts provides time-turners to good students like Hermione so they can meet their responsibilities, but I'm afraid that won't be possible this year," McGonagall explained. "And why is that, Professor?" Hermione asked. "Well, it seems that time-turners no longer work," McGonagall replied with some regret. Stephen heard this, and though he tried to hide it, a smile threatened to escape his lips. "If they don't work, can't they make new ones?" Hermione asked, confused. "They've tried, but every time one is used, it simply stops working, as if something is preventing it," the professor explained. "How strange," Stephen said, trying to sound surprised. Hermione, however, looked at him with some suspicion. "So, I called you, Mr. Flamel, because since your third year, you've maintained a perfect score in all subjects. I was wondering if you could help Miss Granger. As I understand, she's part of your study group." "Of course, it's easy. I'll take care of it," Stephen replied with a smile. "Perfect, then you two can catch up," McGonagall said, satisfied. Though she had a small doubt, she trusted Stephen, especially since it had been a while since he last got into trouble. Thus, the meeting ended, and both bid farewell to the professor. "You know what happened to the time-turners, don't you?" Hermione asked as they walked. "What makes you think that?" Stephen replied without looking at her. "At the movies, when we went with everyone, every time they talked about time travel, you made a weird face. We all noticed." And now, when Professor McGonagall mentioned the time turners, you didn't even change your expression, Hermione said, analyzing him. Stephen suddenly stopped and looked her in the eyes for a few seconds. Then, he ruffled her hair and kept walking as if nothing had happened. Come on, I'll teach you astral, illumination, and memory magic, Stephen said calmly, changing the subject. Astral magic. I understand illumination and memory, but how does turning into a ghost help you? Hermione asked, setting aside the previous topic after realizing she wouldn't get any more answers from Stephen. Because when you're a ghost, your body rests, and you can study as much as you want, he explained casually. I see. And what will you do about attendance? Hermione asked again, quickening her pace to catch up with Stephen. Clones or illusions, your choice, he sighed. I'm starting to regret this. As they continued walking, Hermione kept firing off questions one after another. So, clones share information, but illusions don't. More or less. When they merge back, they give you a summary. Illusions are just that, illusions. With one, technically, you're present, with the other, not so much. Before Hermione could finish her explanation, Stephen suddenly stopped, causing her to bump into his back. What are you doing? Hermione murmured, struggling to speak as Stephen stretched her cheeks. If you don't stop asking questions, I'll throw you to the twins and let them teach you illusions. They're good at them. Is that what you want? Stephen said seriously, still pulling on Hermione's face. Hearing that, Hermione quickly shook her head as best she could. Good. Now, follow me to the Gryffindor common room so you can leave your body behind and study endlessly in ghost form, Stephen said, finally letting go of her cheeks. Hermione nodded quickly, ready to keep up with him. Thank you for reading. Chapter 61, Breaking a Curse. Breaking a Curse. You're Stephen Flamel, right? A new student approached Stephen while he was sitting, watching the students train. The girl seemed smaller than usual, though she didn't look malnourished or neglected. In fact, she wore expensive, elegant clothes, and even her straight black hair was tied up in a bun with gold clips. However, she looked quite sickly and pale. With just one glance, Stephen immediately understood why. Yeah, what's up? Stephen asked lazily. You know a lot of unknown magic, don't you? She asked excitedly upon seeing Stephen nod. You could say that, Stephen replied, staring at the girl, intrigued by what she wanted. Then teach me a spell to defeat my sister, the girl said cheerfully, surprising Stephen with her request. Ha ha ha. Sure, no problem, Stephen responded, tempted by the girl's unusual request. Astoria. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sharp voice of a Slytherin student not far away. Stephen recognized her immediately. She was one of the few Slytherin students who practiced mystical arts, not because she was in Slytherin, but because she belonged to a pureblood family. She was the notorious Ice Queen, Daphne Greengrass. Many students had taken the test to be trained, but most of them were half-bloods. Even though Slytherin had a majority of purebloods, not all of them passed. Several purebloods had tried to take the test, but they all failed, except for Greengrass and Shafiq. It wasn't surprising, considering their families hadn't supported Voldemort. Sister. Seeing the furious Daphne, Astoria quickly hid behind Stephen. Stephen observed as the well-known Ice Queen, who always kept her emotions in check, approached them in a rage. Even her platinum blonde hair seemed to be lifting slightly due to her anger. Now I see why she always keeps that poker face, Stephen murmured, realizing that Daphne was quite emotional. It was common among young wizards but could be dangerous, as it often led to magical accidents. Daphne noticed Stephen's gaze on her hair and understood that she needed to control herself. She stopped in her tracks, took a deep breath to calm down, and regained her unshaken expression. Instructor Stephen, I apologize for my sister bothering you during your break, Daphne said quickly upon reaching them, shooting a glare at her sister, who was still peeking from behind Stephen. Looks like your clemency still isn't perfect, Stephen remarked with a mocking smile. I have no idea what you're talking about, Daphne responded, keeping her poker face, though the redness of her ears betrayed her. Ahem. I'll take my sister so she won't disturb you, instructor. With your permission. Astoria, hurry up. No. Astoria quickly exclaimed, clinging to Stephen's back. If you don't come, I'll show your classmates your childhood photos, Daphne threatened mercilessly. No. Okay, I'm coming, Astoria said in alarm, quickly moving toward her sister. Daphne nodded to Stephen with elegant composure before walking away, her sister grumbling beside her. Stephen watched the entire scene with interest, saying little, but the sisters had certainly caught his attention. You don't want to cure your blood curse? Stephen asked softly. Daphne spun around instantly, eyes wide with shock. How do you know about that? She asked, quickly approaching Stephen until she stood right in front of him. However, given her height, she could only reach his chest. Okay, first, respect personal space, Stephen said, gently pushing her forehead with a finger. And second, are you seriously asking me that? Not only do I know about your curse, but half the purebloods at Hogwarts have some kind of blood-related affliction. After all, obsessing over purity makes fools do foolish things, he said casually, teasing her a little. So you also know where the curse comes from? Daphne asked, intrigued, stepping closer again. In all the years of the Greengrass family's existence, no one had ever uncovered the origin of their curse. Have you never wondered why the Flint family looks like a den of trolls? Just as strong, but equally ugly. Or why the Black family's metamorph magi have a tendency to go insane? That's the mark of ancestors obsessed with purifying their blood, using forbidden magic and stealing the blood of magical creatures, Stephen explained calmly while occasionally pushing Daphne's forehead to keep her at a distance. Not to mention Voldemort, who ended up bald and noseless, looking like a snake. He probably found something in the Chamber of Secrets and tried to purify his blood, Stephen thought. Are you saying that my family might have used that kind of magic in the past, and that's why we have a curse? Daphne asked, starting to understand. Exactly. That's why you need to control your emotions, and why your magic goes out of control. Not just because you have a vast source of magic. The same goes for your sister, but her body can't handle it, and the curse prevents her from fully recovering, Stephen explained simply, glancing at Astoria. She had grown bored of the conversation and had settled into Stephen's lounge chair, sipping a glass of juice that no one knew where she got from. Is there a way to cure the curse? Daphne asked quickly, her voice filled with hope. Stephen looked at her for a few seconds, thoughtful. She doesn't seem much like an ice queen to me, he thought. There are several ways. Honestly, it's pretty easy, Stephen said calmly, making Daphne light up with excitement. The moment her emotions spiked, several rocks around them started floating. I think we should work on your issue as well, Stephen said with a grin, causing Daphne to blush before regaining her unreadable expression, showing that she had regained her clemency. Where are we going, Prince? Astoria asked, riding on Stephen's back. He was carrying her because, after leaving Hogwarts, she had quickly grown exhausted as if she had run a marathon. To the Forbidden Forest, Stephen replied, trying to ignore the resurfaced nickname he had buried. The Forbidden Forest? Daphne exclaimed in shock. She had been following Stephen without question until now, since it was for her sister's sake. Yes, we need the help of some friends. Don't worry, the creatures won't attack you if you're with me, Stephen said casually as he continued walking. When they finally reached the forest, Daphne was walking almost glued to Stephen's back, nervously glancing around, while Astoria, perched on Stephen's back, looked around excitedly. I guess her illness kept her bedridden or indoors all the time, Stephen thought as he saw Astoria's excitement for the adventure. All right, we're here, Stephen said, looking at a beautiful meadow filled with glowing plants and small magical creatures fluttering everywhere, as if it were a paradise for animals. And it wasn't far from the truth, this was one of the places Stephen had secured with magic, keeping out ill-intentioned people. Wow. This is amazing, Astoria said as she climbed down from Stephen's back to run among the creatures. Normally, they would have fled, but in this place, anyone entering would be surprised to see how quickly the creatures approached in a friendly manner. Are all the creatures here tamed? Daphne asked, watching her sister happily playing with some mooncalves and puff skeins, while a niffler was trying to steal her hair clips. Of course not. There's a barrier that keeps bad people out, and they know that, which is why they're friendly. Plus, they're used to it, whenever the twins need ingredients, they come here and bribe them to get them, Stephen said with a grin. As they spoke, Stephen noticed a unicorn approaching a few meters away. Riding on its back was a one-eyed, scarred demiguise, who arrived right in front of Stephen and Daphne. Archon, you brought Whitney for me, thanks. But you took out your glass eye again. I already told you it helps you see properly, Stephen said cheerfully as he picked up Archon, the demiguise. The creature responded using sign language, a skill Stephen had taught him. Scars. Honor. Warrior. Archon signed, expressing that scars were a warrior's medals of honor. Yeah, brave warrior. My bad, Stephen replied, exasperated. This is Whitney, the matriarch of the unicorns. I saved her a few years ago from a lunatic who wanted to steal her blood. And this is Archon, the demiguise. We saved him with the Scamander family last year, Stephen introduced his friends. Poor thing, Astoria said, stepping forward to gently pet the demiguise. Even Daphne looked at him with pity. Don't see it that way. He protected his pack from poachers himself, predicting every spell, arrow, and trap, taking them with his own body to defend his family. When we arrived, he was still standing, covered in blood, never taking his eyes off his enemies. He was waiting for us. Even with one eye, he can see the future better than most of his kind. Stephen recounted the demiguise bravery, surprising the sisters, as demiguises were known to be gentle and peaceful creatures. What about his family? Astoria asked. They stayed with the Scamanders. Archon wanted to come to the forest, Stephen said as Archon began speaking in sign language. See. Future. Himself. Archon signed, meaning he wanted to see Stephen's future for himself, since he could only see a few minutes ahead when it came to him, which had piqued his interest. You're just nosy, Stephen said as he set Archon down and approached Whitney. Whitney, forgive me for asking this, but I need 2 drops of your blood to save my friends, Stephen said, stroking the unicorn. HFFF, *clock, the unicorn responded, nodding and stamping the ground once in agreement. Thank you, my friend. Don't worry, it won't hurt, Stephen said as he petted her back. Then, 2 glowing white drops emerged without the unicorn feeling a thing. It's done, my friend. If you need anything, just ask, and Archon will act as an interpreter, Stephen said with a smile. Hi of clock, Whitney neighed, sending a look toward Archon, who had been playing with the Greengrass sisters. He quickly approached Stephen to translate. Food. Baby. Grandchild. Archon signed. You mean your daughter is pregnant and you want to give her more food? Congratulations. Stephen said joyfully, stroking Whitney with genuine happiness. Tomorrow, I'll send Misty with plenty of food and gifts. Don't worry. Hearing that, the unicorn neighed happily, and knowing Stephen would be busy, the demiguise climbed onto her back. The 2 quickly departed, leading the nearby animals away as well, since Stephen had important things to do. As everyone left, Stephen caught the Niffler that had managed to steal Astoria's hairpins and exchanged them for a shiny gold coin, which the Niffler eagerly accepted before Stephen could change his mind. Instructor Stephen, is the way to break the curse unicorn blood. But it's supposed to have an even stronger curse, Daphne asked as she took the hairpin and began fixing her sister's hair. Only if it's taken by force. Many potions use unicorn blood, which is why there are places where they're treated like gods. And above all, because the curse in your blood comes from unicorn blood, Stephen explained as he pulled out 2 glass goblets from his pocket. The sisters watched him intently. Stephen dropped 1 glowing drop into each goblet, then looked at the sisters for a moment before saying, What you're about to see, keep it a secret. I don't want to start a magical world war or anything, Stephen said as he cut his finger, letting out bright red blood that shimmered with the same intensity as unicorn blood. He let a single drop fall into each goblet. When the 2 types of blood mixed, they transformed into a golden, almost sacred-looking liquid that filled both cups. What was that? Astoria asked, intrigued. Your blood. Why does it look like unicorn blood? Daphne asked, equally surprised. Pure wizard blood. Something all magical families seek but was lost to time, Stephen explained calmly, leaving the sisters speechless. They wanted to ask more, but just knowing such blood existed was already dangerous. Why do you trust us? You haven't known us for that long, Daphne asked, feeling a bit guilty. Honestly, you're terrible at occlumency, Stephen teased, watching Daphne's expressions change by the minute. If you want a real answer, it's because I know you're not bad people. So just take this already, Stephen said with a smile, making both sisters blush as they took their goblets quickly to hide their faces. After drinking the liquid, they felt warmth spread through their bodies, making them feel light and joyful. It'll take a few days to be complete. Let's head back to the castle before nightfall, Stephen said as he walked, the sisters following him in high spirits. This time, Astoria made it all the way to the castle doors without getting tired, wearing a huge smile despite being covered in sweat from the effort. You could join mystic arts training to build up your stamina, Stephen suggested, noticing her sweaty face. Thanks, Prince, Astoria said, giving him a cheerful hug before running off to take a bath. Thank you, instructor. My family will always be grateful, Daphne said, giving a noble salute before glancing at Stephen's face, and blushing. I'll tell you one more secret. I'm a natural legilimens, that's why I said you're bad at occlumency, Stephen said with a teasing smile, making Daphne flustered as she ran off without looking back. Ha ha ha, Stephen laughed as he made his way to the Gryffindor common room, earning dreamy stares from all the girls he passed. Chapter 62, Playing and Shooting. Playing and Shooting. As soon as Stephen arrived at his room, he found the twins and Jordan waiting for him. Boss, we've been waiting for you all day. Yeah, if you hadn't shown up, we were going to put up missing posters with your name on them, said the twins, happy to see Stephen arrive. What? Is that thing really so great that you had to show me? Asked Jordan, still clueless, since the twins had been teasing him all day, saying it was a surprise. It's fine. Misty already went to get it, Stephen replied calmly, hanging his robe on the coat rack. I recommend you change into comfortable exercise clothes, he said, glancing at the three of them, still dressed in their school uniforms. All right, said the twins before heading off to change, while Jordan, though confused, followed suit. Once they had all changed into more comfortable clothes, Misty appeared seconds later, bringing a black, closed booth with only one door. Here it is, young master. Misty must go help madam, if you need anything, just call Misty again, Misty said before quickly disappearing. A closet. Jordan said, bewildered. No, idiot. It's the new magical reality gaming booth, replied the twins in full presentation mode, the latest prototype from Magitech. That one they say they're starting to use to make movies more realistic, exclaimed Lee Jordan excitedly, almost shouting. That's the one. Now they're modifying it so you can play in it, as if you were really part of the story. If you call today, you'll get your gaming booth plus 7 fabulous magical reality games. While the twins continued their sales pitch, Stephen started checking that everything was in order with the booth. Boss, how did you even get one? I didn't even know about the trials, Jordan said, approaching Stephen. I'm the boss of Magitech, Stephen replied calmly while checking that all the runes were in place on the booth. The twins and Jordan were in shock. The twins quickly approached Stephen and spoke in a low voice, glancing at the frozen Jordan. Boss, what happened to keeping it a secret? We thought we'd take this to the grave. It's not necessary anymore. I have an amusement park on an island, which gets attacked every week. They also target Magitech to seize the technology, kidnap workers, and have even destroyed several stores. I'm tired of it. It's time for a counterattack. I'm just waiting for an excuse, and having the boss show up is enough bait, Stephen said calmly. Since he founded the company, all sorts of dark wizards, pseudo-nobles, and even people from the ministry had been trying to get their hands on the technology, and now, with the amusement park turning into a gold mine, everyone wanted a piece. Stephen received messages every day. Magitech had already become a major economic power in the magical world, with enough strength to defend itself, so now people thought twice before attacking. Though there were always fools who didn't care, and things ended very badly for them. It was better to use Magitech's power to protect the park, even if Stephen ended up with a few pests buzzing around. It was better to deal with something coming head-on than something lurking in the shadows. Let's stop talking about that. Do you want to try out the new booth or not? Said Stephen, finishing his inspection. Of course we do. Fred, wake Jordan up. You wake him up. While the twins started arguing, Stephen threw a ball of water at Jordan's face, snapping him out of his daze and leaving him completely drenched. Boss, you're. Can we move on with the story or test the gaming machine? Your choice, Stephen interrupted Jordan. Jordan looked at Stephen, then at the booth, and quickly made up his mind. Cough. Yeah, let's try the booth, he said as he stepped closer. I'll give a quick explanation. There are two prototype booths. The one in front of you is the real tech, where you experience the game world in the flesh. Great for exercise and exploration, Stephen explained with a smile. The only downside is that, since it uses a lot of spatial magic, it can't be placed inside a space-expanding charm, therefore, it takes up quite a bit of room. I don't think that matters, Jordan said, extremely excited. There was another model, boss. We only knew about this one, said the twins, just as excited as Jordan. Yes. The other booth is called Fantasy Tech. It's smaller, more like a bed or a sarcophagus, in which you enter the magical virtual world through your dreams. That one's still in development because many didn't wake up, Stephen explained with a smile. They died? Jordan asked, alarmed at the thought. No. They just preferred to live in the fantasy world and didn't want to leave. There's no way to bring them out unless they come out on their own, Stephen said calmly. Awesome, the twins exclaimed, eager to know what kind of fantasy could make someone never want to wake up. All right, enough with the explanations. Let's go in, said Stephen as he opened the door, followed by the others, excited. Awesome. Incredible, said Jordan, stopping every few steps to admire the scenery. Calm down, Lee, we're just at the selection base, said Stephen, trying to calm the excited Lee Jordan. This scenery isn't the game yet, the twins asked, surprised. Wasn't everything black before? Yeah, but it was pretty simplistic. Now you can choose a preset landscape, Stephen explained as he activated the game cabinet that emerged from the ground, filled with crystals, many more than last time. Boss, have you already created more games? The twins asked, quickly approaching the cabinet. Of course. We can't sell the cabin without having the games ready, but they'll be released gradually, Stephen said with a merchant smile. All right, let's play. This one, Stephen said, grabbing one of the new crystals and tossing it into the air, activating the simulation. Boss, it doesn't have the same error as before, right? The twins asked, a little unsure. We won't get trapped. Or lose a limb. Or end up in each other's bodies. Lose a limb. Jordan got scared again. You just lost mobility, and that body-swapping thing wasn't even noticeable, Stephen said in a reassuring voice, though his words didn't seem very comforting. There are no more glitches, don't worry. You can exit by shouting exit or by holding your breath for 10 seconds, Stephen said, trying to reassure them. Why is holding our breath an option? Jordan asked, confused by the odd method. Because in a previous test, a tester had his tongue cut off and couldn't say exit, he said expressionlessly, making Jordan turn pale. Haha, don't worry. The pain level can be adjusted, so he didn't feel anything, Stephen said with a confident smile. All right, boss, we want to play, said the twins, tired of so many explanations. Fine. Menu, start and set pain to 1%. Stephen shouted at the sky, making the crystal glow as everything around them started to change. The twins and Jordan quickly looked around. They found themselves in a cabin in the middle of a forest. Their clothes had changed to vests and military attire, while on the table in front of them were several small weapons. What game is this? Fred asked, picking up a 9mm without knowing how it worked. It's a shooting game, kind of like a mug dash, bang. Before he could finish explaining, a gunshot rang out. He turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see George holding a pistol, surprised that he had accidentally fired a shot straight into Fred's chest. Ouch. That hurt, George, said Fred, looking at the hole in his vest. Immediately, he raised his weapon and aimed at George, who dodged to the side, leaving Jordan in the line of fire. Bang. Ow. Why me? Jordan cried out, seeing a hole in his right arm. He quickly rushed to the table to grab a gun and shot at Fred. And just like that, Stephen was left standing in the middle, watching the three idiots shoot at each other in the spawn zone. Since they were allies, they couldn't kill each other, but they could still feel the pain. Even at just 1%, the pain of a bullet was like a bee sting. Cut it out, you idiots. Stephen shouted angrily, pulling out two guns and using his GM power to increase the pain to 3%, then began shooting at them. Ah. Ouch. I surrender, boss. Help. Let me explain the rules first, Stephen said, both annoyed and amused. All right, said the twins, rubbing their sore spots. And Jordan. Before explaining, he realized one person was missing, so he started looking around the cabin, only to see Jordan's backside sticking out from under the table. He exchanged glances with the twins, who raised their weapons and nodded at Stephen, showing they had the same idea. So, the three of them aimed and fired, making Jordan rush out from under the table. "Okay, I surrender. I surrender. Stop already," Jordan said, covering his backside. "Ha ha ha," the three of them burst into laughter. "Ahem, all right, the rules are simple. The enemy team has 4 soldiers who want to kill us. So, we have to take them down too. A headshot kills instantly, while body shots make them lose blood, but they can heal. Any questions?" Stephen explained simply. "I have one. What happens if we die?" Jordan asked, raising his hand. "This isn't a classroom, Jordan. If you die, you disappear here. And the more enemies you kill, the more points you earn to get better weapons from the shop in the corner," Stephen said, pointing at a vending machine in the corner, which had images of different weapons instead of snacks. "All right, if there are no more questions, attack," Stephen shouted as he ran out the door. "You charge," the twins shouted as they ran out after Stephen. "I hope I don't die too many times," Jordan muttered, walking out last, looking a bit defeated. He wasn't good at aiming even with a wand, he didn't even want to think about using a gun. "Fred, to your right. George, cover me. Jordan, stop dying," Stephen shouted before diving to the side with 2 pistols, quickly taking down 2 enemies. As he got up, he noticed another enemy aiming at him, but George took him down first. "Nice one," Stephen exclaimed. They regrouped in a trench to check their ammo and grab a snack. After all, the game was very realistic, and they used real energy, so they got hungry. Luckily, the cabin included a backpack with supplies that Misty had stuffed to the brim with snacks and food. Crunch. "So, what do you think?" Stephen asked while eating a cereal bar. "It's great, boss, but the enemies," Fred said. "They feel lifeless and monotonous," George finished. "Even so, they're still difficult for me." "It'd be interesting to fight against other people," Jordan commented while chewing off to the side. "You're right. We should get more players, but that would mean bringing more cabins and linking them. They'd take up a lot of space," Stephen said, thoughtful, rubbing his chin. "There aren't any empty rooms to put them in," Fred added. "What about the students' rooms?" George suggested. "I wouldn't mind, but since they're in testing, I'd like to keep an eye on them," Stephen replied. "Too bad we can't put them in Gryffindor's chamber because it takes up too much space for training," Lee Jordan commented absent-mindedly while eating. "That's it, the Chamber of Secrets," Stephen exclaimed, visibly excited. "But, boss, it would take up a lot of space, and we wouldn't be able to train," the twins said, looking at each other. "Not that chamber, the Slytherin one. Let's use the Chamber of Secrets. I'll ask Dumbledore for permission." "Menu, exit," Stephen said as he shut down the simulation and ran off, leaving the other 3 still sitting, eating. Chapter 63, Games in Schools. "Sorry if you don't like video games in Harry Potter, but I need to get this out of my system, ha ha ha. If you don't like it, I'll go back to the main story. If you do, I'll change the Prisoner of Azkaban storyline and keep the games. I hope you like the chapter, though it's more of a technical and explanatory one. Games in schools. So, you could make it so that students with better grades get more playtime. For example, each passing grade could add 20 extra minutes, and the more subjects they pass, the better," Stephen explained in front of the headmaster and the 5 heads of houses, who had been called for a meeting just as he arrived. "This is a school, Mr. Flamel, not a gaming center," Snape said dryly, though the other professors seemed to hesitate. "Wait, Professor Snape. I see a point in Stephen's idea. If we also establish a rule that students with punishments can't enter to play, it could reduce the rate of bad behavior," McGonagall commented thoughtfully. "Not only that. We could make it so that the house with the most points gets additional benefits, though that might create a bit of competition," Flitwick said, excited about the idea. "Anyway, during their free time, students do whatever they want. Maybe, thanks to virtual games, they'd be a little more controlled," Sprout said with a smile. Seeing that the professors were about to agree, except for Snape, Stephen gave them one final push. We'd also need a professor to supervise the students, and I wouldn't mind giving them one of the cabins with full access. They could even create their own world, as long as they're competent in occlumency, Stephen suggested, watching as Snape had a brief lapse in his expression. And most importantly, the Flamel family will cover all the expenses, Stephen added, looking at the headmaster, noticing that the 4 heads of houses were almost convinced. It does sound interesting, Mr. Flamel. How about we try it for a month? If student performance increases as expected, we'll make it permanent. Otherwise, it will be removed. What do the heads of houses think? The headmaster asked, seeing that they all quickly agreed. I'm in favor. I'm also interested in trying these games. It sounds wonderful. First, we need to make sure it's safe, McGonagall said. Since the headmaster has spoken, I have nothing more to say, Snape replied, as always hiding his emotions. Stephen, pleased, brought out the cabin so the professors could review the safety mechanisms. He also, for some reason, brought Harry, who was nervous among the 4 heads of houses and under Snape's dark gaze. Basically, it's all about spatial magic and playing with distances. Harry, come here, Stephen said, calling Harry over. Harry stood in front of Stephen, unsure of what to do. Then, Stephen suddenly threw a punch, making Harry quickly cover his face. But after a moment, nothing happened, so he peeked out and realized Stephen was a few centimeters further away than he had appeared, and the punch hadn't landed. Before a hit connects, spatial magic moves the person to a safe spot, while an illusion appears in front of me, making me believe I landed the hit, Stephen explained calmly, surprising the heads of houses and the headmaster. They will feel a percentage of the impact to make it realistic, and the magic will move their body accordingly, Stephen continued. Now, if we climb a staircase, for example, Stephen said, as a staircase of floating platforms rose from the ground. Harry, Stephen called, and Harry started climbing. However, in reality, he was only moving 20 centimeters forward while the platform shifted, making it seem like an endless staircase. When he reached the 7th platform, it let go, leaving him floating in midair. That's what happens when you climb to high places. Even if it feels like you've gone up, you actually haven't, he explained with a smile. And the most foolproof safety measure is that magic cannot be used inside, he added. It's incredible. It really takes safety into account, so I have nothing more to say, McGonagall said cheerfully. It's settled then. Professor Snape, would you like to be in charge? After all, it is Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, the headmaster said with a smile, knowing that Snape wanted control but wouldn't admit it. It would be my pleasure, Headmaster, to be the one to decide who gets access to these benefits, Snape said slowly, staring intensely at Harry. Meanwhile, Stephen was internally mocking his suffering. And so, the trial of the gaming cabins was decided, and Stephen was sure they would become permanent. He would also use this as an opportunity to get free functionality evaluations, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In a few days, the cabins arrived, and in the meantime, Stephen was playing with Astoria and Luna. Astoria had asked to learn summoning magic, which led to a curious encounter. No. A rhinoceros is stronger than your weird hippopotamus, Astoria argued with Luna, who was quite stubborn, causing them to bicker over trivial things. Enough, you two. We're supposed to be learning, said Stephen, a bit tired of their occasional meaningless battles. Sorry. As they continued practicing, the Weasley twins arrived cheerfully. Boss, the cabins are here. They're in front of the old bathroom, they said quickly. Good. You two, get along, and I'll show you something cool, said Stephen to the girls, who followed him along with the twins. Boss, are we going to have to enter the girls' bathroom every time we want to go to the Chamber of Secrets? Fred asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable. No. The bathroom was separated by the Magitech architects. They created a direct entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and left the bathroom intact, but don't mix up the doors, Stephen explained with a smile. Once through the correct door, an elevator took them straight down, eliminating the need to slide down. The chamber was divided into 2 sections, the outer part, where the basilisk skin used to be, and the inner part, where the creature had lived. The outer section, accessible via the elevator, was beautifully decorated like a grand hallway filled with open wooden crates, probably the ones that had contained the cabins. The twins ran toward the inner section without waiting. Amazing. Fantastic. Incredible. Sublime. Stephen ignored the twins, who were practically pulling out a dictionary to keep describing what they saw. The Chamber of Secrets, now without its original door, had been completely remodeled into a gaming center, with at least 500 cabins being installed. There were also magical televisions displaying what the players were doing. He had opened the first gaming hall in the magical world within a school. Stephen felt a bit proud and was already planning how to connect other schools for competitions or idea sharing. "Brother, what are those things?" Luna asked, curious. "In these cabins, you can enter new fantasy worlds and have fun," Stephen explained. "Prince, are you serious?" Astoria asked, excited. "That's right. These are magical or virtual reality gaming cabins, whichever way you want to see it." "Come on," said Stephen, spotting some machines that were already connected. In the cabins, they could play together or separately, but if they wanted different games, it was better to choose individual cabins. "Hello, Professor Snape," Stephen greeted as he approached Snape, who was in charge of overseeing everything. "Mr. Flamel, always a pleasure to see you," Snape said sarcastically. Though they often exchanged sharp remarks, Stephen considered Snape a reliable friend. He also knew about Snape's past and future, which made him feel some affection for him, but not without reservations, as Snape was no saint. "Here, Professor. These are the stones you need to create a world from scratch, and here are the instructions," Stephen said, handing him the items without hesitation. "Thank you," Snape replied, something unusual for him, but he quickly left before Stephen could make a sarcastic remark. Stephen, having a rough idea of what Snape might do, was glad he hadn't brought the mental connection cabins, as he felt Snape would be one of those who wouldn't want to wake up. "Well, have fun. I have something to do." "Take the girls with you and look after them," Stephen said, looking at the twins. "Don't worry, boss, we'll have fun, and we'll take care of them too," the twins said, making Stephen doubt them slightly. But, trusting the safety measures, he relaxed and left. That Saturday, Stephen had planned to meet with Madame Maxime, which was why he left quickly. Fortunately, on weekends, students were allowed to visit Hogsmeade, something Stephen took advantage of to go to his mansion, leaving his wand at Hogwarts to avoid any magical trace. At the Flamel mansion, Madame Maxime had been waiting for a while, having a serious conversation with Perenelle, until they saw Stephen arrive. "Hello, Aunt Maxime," Stephen greeted softly. "Hello, dear Stephen. It's been so long," Maxime said, standing up to give him a hug. Of course, she had to lean down a bit to do so. Although Stephen was quite tall, Madame Maxime towered over him by several meters, making the situation feel a bit strange. "What's wrong? Why do you both look so serious?" Stephen asked, noticing his grandmother's grave expression. "It's nothing, child. An old friend passed away and left her granddaughter alone, so I was thinking of going to see if she needs anything," Perenelle explained with a hint of sadness. "I see. I'm sorry, Grandma," Stephen said, trying to comfort her a little. "It's all right, don't worry. I'll be leaving now, you two can talk," Perenelle said, affectionately ruffling her grandson's hair before departing. "So, why did you want me to come?" Stephen asked Madame Maxime. "It's about Hogwarts and some magical virtual reality cabins," Stephen began explaining, detailing what was happening at the school. Stephen's plan from the start was simple: he needed to convince one school and then use it as an example to make others feel like they were falling behind. He chose Hogwarts first because, obviously, he was a student there and knew the professors and the headmaster, not to mention that his family was part of the board. The second school he considered easiest to convince was Beauxbatons, for similar reasons. After all, the Flamel family had been shareholders of the institution for nearly 600 years, and Madame Maxime treated him like a nephew. The real challenge would be the other schools. Stephen didn't know much about them, though he had a vague idea of how Dementors operated. Even so, securing two of the best schools in the world from the start would be a huge advantage. If necessary, he would settle for just Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, but if he wanted to expand his magical tech empire, he had to aim higher. And there was no better way to break into foreign markets than through the schools that trained the most promising young wizards. Stephen had to admit he was copying Tony Stark a little, but he wasn't about to say that out loud. "So, what do you think? Just like at Hogwarts, the Flamel family will donate everything, and the trial month will be the same," Stephen concluded after explaining everything to Madame Maxime, who listened thoughtfully. "All right. Though it's a little sad that, once again, Hogwarts was your first choice, Madame Maxime joked with a touch of mock disappointment. After chatting for a while longer and listening to Madame Maxime's playful complaints about how traitorous he was, she left in good spirits. At that moment, Stephen's phone rang just as he was about to return to Hogwarts. "Hello." Stephen answered. "Sir, we found him," a voice said on the other end of the line. "Great. Just keep an eye on him," Stephen replied cheerfully. Chapter 64, Truths of Yore. Sorry if it's just a couple of chapters. I had to go to the ENT doctor, and later I have to go buy a new phone, so I don't have much time. Besides, other people need to use the desktop computer. Truths of Yore. At this moment, I, Stephen Flamel, stand before what could very well be my destiny. Hell, right. Did I really think I could live a peaceful, carefree life, swimming in money? But what I have in front of me is something I would definitely call a concern. A young woman, quite beautiful, one might say. Well, I have to admit it, her face is about 75 to 80% similar to mine, which raises her attractiveness level. Of course, her features are more feminine, and she has long red hair cascading down her back. The most interesting thing about her is her eyes, identical to mine. A bright blue with the same intensity, a testament to how magic can do some fascinating things. Of course, my eyes have the same issue, so I have to use a bit of magic to hide the glow. I don't want to be walking around at night with 2 flashlights for eyes, do I? That would be weird. Well, I'm getting sidetracked. The problem here is quite abstract, like some cosmic joke. The person in front of me could quite literally be called my twin sister. After all, she had the same kind of birth as I did. Yes, if we consider magic as the father and the world as the mother, then technically, we were born from the same parents. Normally, I'd be happy to find a blood-related sibling, in this case, a sister, but the problem is who my sister specifically is. I was born after Stephen Strange died. And yes, as you've probably already guessed, the person in front of me is Wanda, or more specifically, an alternate version of Wanda. That chaos and destruction-crazed woman, the same one who forced me to self-destruct to stop her, is sitting here in front of me, flashing an innocent smile. I feel like punching her, but I know my grandmother would crush my skull if I did. By the way, Strange, why are you making those weird faces at me? Wanda asked, interrupting my inner monologue. To explain what happened, we need to rewind a day, right after my talk with Aunt Maxime. Flashback. After my deal with Aunt Maxime ended gloriously, I was preparing to return to Hogwarts so I could study properly. Stephen, your grandfather, and I are going to meet my friend's granddaughter. If you need anything, you can call me, Grandma Perenelle said as she held my grandfather by the collar, probably stopping him from creating some useless contraption to compete with the twins. All right, Grandma. I'm heading back to Hogwarts, I've got a few things to finish up, I quickly said, making my escape before they could ask me to go with them. After transporting myself to Hogsmeade through the fireplace, something that always leaves people covered in soot, which I hate, I mentally complained. I can't wait to turn 17 and finally be able to use portals. For some reason, when you're in a hurry, something always gets in the way. My problem. My popularity. Boss, we need your help understanding the Tau Mandala spell, Seamus said as he approached with Neville. A few other classmates followed behind them, ready with their own questions. Popularity and wisdom. These guys are still struggling with the same spells from last year. For example, Seamus still keeps blowing himself up. Seriously, how does he even manage that? I even tried doing it wrong on purpose to see if I'd explode, and I couldn't. That's not how the mystic arts work. It's incredible, in the worst way. After a few minutes of patiently explaining, I got fed up and left them to their fate. The explosion behind me. Not my problem. Then I ran into Hermione, who had questions about astral magic, Lee Jordan, who was looking for the twins, Angelina Wood and the others, who wanted to create a game similar to rugby but with magic. After that, Ron and Harry showed up. By then, I was exhausted, so I smacked them on the head with a notebook that Professor Flitwick had asked me to deliver to McGonagall. What was that for? Ron asked, both annoyed and confused. Shut up, or I'll shove your disgusting rat where the sun doesn't shine, I replied as the rat, terrified, scrambled into his pocket. At that moment, I felt like I was about to remember something, but my phone rang, so I let it go. Hello. Stephen, I need you to come. I'll send you the address, and bring Harry with you, said my grandmother. Did something happen? It's hard to explain, just hurry, she said before hanging up. Great. Looks like I won't be having fun today. I have to admit that ever since I created the virtual reality pod, I've gotten a little addicted to gaming. But hey, you can't blame me. The only memories I have are of training my whole life in a monastery where we could barely use cell phones, and before that, the most advanced console was the PlayStation 3. Harry, let's go. Grandma wants to see us, I said, already resigned to my fate. For some reason, I had a bad feeling about this. I hope this bad day doesn't get any worse, I thought. I grabbed a confused Harry and we headed to Hogsmeade. Obviously, Harry had his permission slip signed by Grandma, though the professors didn't want him leaving too much because of the whole Sirius Black situation. Did they really think a Flamel would go out unprotected? Even my underwear has defensive enchantments. We arrived at our house in Hogsmeade, which we now use as a transport hub. No one lives there, though Misty occasionally sends Dobby to clean it. From there, we traveled to Flamel Island and the International Fireplace, modified by my grandfather. Harry, if you mess up with the direction again, I'll kick your butt, I said as he nervously stepped into the fireplace. I was already pretty annoyed and didn't feel like chasing him wherever he ended up, like that time at one of the Weasley neighbors' houses. We quickly transported to France. We could have used the permanent portal, but we still had to use the Flu network, so it didn't really matter. We arrived at an old mansion, quite well decorated. In front of the fireplace, my grandparents were waiting for us. We're here, Grandma. What's so difficult to explain? I asked, noticing the strange expression on her face. It's hard to explain, but I think we found your twin sister, Grandma said, leaving Harry and me stunned. Obviously, Harry knew I was adopted, though we hadn't told him the whole story. Grandma, I think you should know that's impossible, I told her. No. I think it's not as impossible as we thought, kid, Grandpa interrupted, a mocking smile on his face, clearly enjoying the situation. You'd better see it for yourself, Grandma said, pointing to a door. Okay. I guess, I replied, slowly approaching the door she pointed to. I thought it was just a silly joke, so I stepped in confidently. But when I saw what was inside, I walked back out without saying a word or making a gesture. I looked at my grandparents, and the first words out of my mouth were, "No." Then I pointed to the room and said again, "No. No, no, no." "Haha, good joke, Grandpa," I said, laughing like a maniac, ignoring the looks my family was giving me. "It's not a joke, Stephen," Grandma said, serious. "No." I quickly grabbed my phone and called. "Who are you calling, bro?" Harry asked, confused and not understanding anything. "The military. I'll ask them to bomb the place. I recommend you all stay a few hundred kilometers away," I said while trying to remember the French Muggle military number. "Give me that," Grandma snatched the phone from my hand. "I think that was the firefighter's number," Harry said, looking over Grandma's shoulder. "Shut up, Four Eyes." Maybe I was calling the firefighters to prepare for the bombing fire, I wasn't even sure what I was saying anymore. "All right, don't take it out on your brother. Go in there and talk to her," Grandma said, tired of my antics. "Go in there? To that place? Are you crazy, Grandma?" "I'll forget that you called me crazy, but if you don't go in right now, I'll give you a beating," Grandma replied, staring at me with no emotion. I think I dug my own grave. All right, I said, raising my hands in surrender. Then I went back inside, but not before giving my family one last look. "Okay. But just in case, call the French Aurors, also Aunt Maxime, maybe the British Aurors too, and dumb Lido." "Just go in," Grandma interrupted me, clearly angry. "Fine," I responded, defeated, as I went back to the room, now without the confidence I had before. "Deep breath," I muttered, and opened the door again. Inside, I found my worst nightmare and the worst enemy I had faced in any life I'd had. "Hello again, Stephen. I must say you look very different from before." "Wanda. And you too, if it weren't for the clothes and hair," I wouldn't recognize you, I said, recognizing the person in front of me. She was wearing the specific outfit she wore when she fought me, a mix of Scarlet Witch's attire with a red phoenix on the chest. Oh, this, she said, referring to the clothes. It was to make sure you recognized me easily. Then she waved her hand, and her outfit changed to an elegant, noble style, like the ones royalty's children would wear. It's uncomfortable, but my grandma would make a scene if I didn't wear it, she said, observing my expression when she changed into a dress. It's not fair. You've got your damn magic and I had to start from scratch, I said, a little jealous. Oh, well, I also started from scratch, but it was pretty easy, she replied with a smug face. How did you know it was me? I asked, without giving her another comment. Seriously. Mystic Arts under the alias Strange, $1 million company under Tony's name, though, for a moment, I doubted if it was the real Tony. But knowing him, he would be pretty skeptical about magic, she explained calmly. How did you get here? No, wait, I already know. Why are you here? I asked, correcting my question midway. I don't know. When I woke up, I was a baby in front of a mansion door. I don't know the reason or purpose of my existence here, but what I do know is that I'm glad I'm no longer out of control. Hearing that, I gave her a confused look. First of all, I should apologize and explain a little about what happened. I'm all ears, I replied. Well, to begin with, since I was a child, I was marked by a demon whose name I won't mention, because even if we're in another universe or whatever, I don't know if it could come here. The chaos magic is his, so to speak. To escape my fate of being his vessel, I tried to control a force beyond what I could handle, the Phoenix Force. Obviously, I failed, and things got complicated when the Goblin Force also got mixed in the fight, Wanda explained calmly, not looking away. Now add the Darkhold, and the result was, me. I was a bit stunned. With all those forces combined, it was no wonder she had become a dimensional atomic bomb. But something bothered me. So, in your state of madness, did you come to find Vision from my universe, and that's how everything ended? Vision. No, I came to find you, she said quickly. Me. I was in shock. Yes. Between dimensions, there were only a few who could stop me, and you were one of them, she said calmly. If there were others, why me? I asked, a little angry. The fact that I had to die before enjoying life was frustrating, wasn't it? Well, to be honest, because I thought you were pretty annoying, she said with a smile. Damn. I exclaimed, angry, and about to hit her. You might notice Wanda's personality is a little different, and that's because I brought her in to be Stephen's foil, giving him a bit more comedy. And an enemy doesn't always need to be to the death, bothering someone's life is enough for me. Chapter 65, Wanda's POV. Wanda's POV. After saying something that really upset Stephen, I was sitting here trying to hold back my laughter. I should probably start from the beginning, right? There I was, like a puppet, controlled by destruction, greed, and chaos. When you have three superpowerful entities trying to control you, the only thing left to do is simply float wherever you are, waiting for your release. In the darkness or the abyss. For some reason, I could see other universes, and it was the only thing keeping me sane. Obviously, mentally, since my body was destroying realities. So, while I saw all the versions of me being happy, some not so much, I found it. An anomaly just like me. But he had full control over himself. At first, he had to stay hidden, but I noticed him. I felt a bit of envy toward him, since after breaking free from his bonds, he could do whatever he wanted with his power. He didn't care about helping, in fact, maybe that entertained him, and he made friends everywhere, without distinction. He even fixed Wanda's life in his world so she could live with her husband and children. To be honest, that made me even more jealous. And at the same time, I wanted to be part of his friends. I wanted him to save me like he did with others. Although his smug smile sometimes awakened an evil feeling in me, I wanted to punch him. It's a strange feeling, but fun at the same time. The last time I felt like this was with my twin brother. The brother my body killed without compassion. I could see it, as if it was being shown to me to control me even more, although I could complain. I saw how every single one of my family members was killed by me. The only thing I had left was to try to use the Phoenix Force, an entity that, apparently, I couldn't control. At least it made the chaos within me have something to entertain itself with. Until, while floating in space as a seal, I came across something called the Goblin Force. A destructive force that, honestly, I don't know where it came from. And that's when everything got worse. Only destruction came every day, week, month, year. One day, I saw the man who caught my attention finally finish his work and become free. Free, a word I could only say with words. His name was Stephen. Or Doctor Strange. I saw him hand over his tasks to Wanda and slowly walk away with that smug smile. That ignited a fury in me. Not because of Stephen or his smug smile, or maybe I did. It was because of me. I didn't seek my freedom like Stephen did. He fulfilled all his purposes to be free, and here I am, still floating in the abyss. So, suddenly, I felt like I could get out and fight my other companions. But instead, I used the little awareness I had left to tempt others to fight the only one who could stop them. I felt a little guilty, but I also wanted his help. I also wanted to be free, and maybe he could stop me. If he did, I would ask for his forgiveness. And maybe we could be friends. When I arrived and he saw me, or my strange combination of personalities. For a moment, I smiled when I saw him lose his smug smile. Maybe I was projecting my brother Pietro onto him. That's why it bothered me so much. The fight finally started. To avoid hurting his friends and family, he took me to the edge of the solar system. I also wanted to be part of his family. Maybe his parents would want to adopt me. Although after this, I don't think so. Our fight lasted for months. Always at the same level, which caused changes in several solar systems. For some reason, Stephen was smiling like a madman. Maybe it was the first time he fought with all his power. That made me smile too. We were truly two psychopaths fighting with everything we had. I realized that, even so, he was trying to help me come to my senses, and even though he almost succeeded at times, at one point there was no salvation. So, before he lost all hope of pulling me out of that place, I begged him to kill me. I really didn't want to go back to that place, I preferred to die. Too bad we couldn't be friends or family. Although before I lost control, he tried to be cool and told me, I hope that if you're reborn, you can be free. That made me embarrassed, though I asked that if I were reborn, I would be like his older sister. Though I know it was just a plea into the air. What left me speechless was the way he chose to stop me. He literally exploded. Seriously, you crazy bastard. Wasn't there a better way? Well, I'm nobody to say, but that was really cool. Maybe he can be the older brother in the next life. As I watched the last ray of light, waiting for my disappearance, something strange happened. I revived. Or rather, I was reborn. I appeared in front of an old, quite strange house. And before I could even scream, a kind lady came out the door and saw me. She took me inside, cared for me, and fed me. And in the end, she adopted me. It happened so fast I couldn't process it all. In my defense, I was a baby who could only stay awake for a couple of hours, so. Although I was happy to be reborn, free, and all that, I still lived with guilt over Stephen's death. I also felt a bit lonely, and although the grandmother who adopted me was always by my side, I didn't have a family. Quite a few sad thoughts for a baby, huh? The grandmother, seeing my loneliness, enrolled me in a magical kindergarten. Yes, magical, didn't I say that? The grandmother who adopted me was a witch. And quite powerful in her time. It seems I was too, because when I cried, the house would shake. Great, another witch. But it seems witches were pretty normal. Not everywhere, though, since they lived hidden, but there was a well-spread world of magic. Back to the magical kindergarten, it was quite clumsy. The kids were cute, but annoying at the same time. And that's when I saw him. A blonde boy with blue eyes, exuding magic wherever he passed, pretty intelligent for his age, and I knew the moment I saw him. He was my brother. I mean, aside from his appearance being exactly like mine, hair and eyes, I could feel it in my blood and his. A skill I noticed we shared when he told a classmate he had a hereditary curse. Haha, something that made his classmate cry. So, I stayed away. I wanted to see how he was. If he could accept me, if he knew who our parents were. We were quite handsome and strong, so they should be very beautiful and powerful. When I was about to introduce myself as his older sister, what I least expected happened, and it shattered my hopes of having a real family. Don't get me wrong, I love my grandmother, but I wanted a connection. So, while I was heading towards where he was training or playing with his friends, I heard his name, something that left me stunned for a moment. Stephen. Seriously. Quite a bad coincidence. But that didn't stop me, after all, it's just a name. Until I heard what they were talking about. The mystic arts, and that Stephen was trying to recreate eldritch magic. Seriously. How did I not realize? I mean, I fought to the death with him for months. I should have recognized those movements while he trained. We also went to kindergarten almost every year, and I just now find out his name. In my defense, in the other life, it took me more years to learn his name. But I recognized him. He was the Stephen who stopped me, dying with me along the way. And so my guilt resurfaced. Especially when I found out that he didn't have parents either, but grandparents. Although they didn't shout it from the rooftops, it was obvious he was adopted. After all, his grandparents are the Flamel couple. Supposedly, the Flamel family adopted him from a pure-blood noble French family. But I knew he was like me. There went my dream of meeting my brother and my parents. And being the older sister, because I promised he would be it. Damn. The worst part is that guilt kept me from getting close to him. After all, he lost everything because of me. And even though I finally found my family, my brother, I couldn't be with him. So, I ran away. I dyed my hair. That wasn't hard, magic makes everything easy. I used makeup so I wouldn't look like him, just in case I crossed paths with him. After all, we both lived in France. I even chose Ilvermorny, thinking he would opt for Beau's batons, but it seems he went to Hogwarts and even moved. How weird. As I grew, I kept hearing about him all the time, winning tournaments and showing his strength. As his sister, I felt proud, but also conflicted. So, I also started recovering my magic. And well, it wasn't that hard. After all, my magic is more about feeling it. I just had to do fush, was, paw, and I learned it. Although when I explained it to others, they looked at me strangely. What fools. I wanted to learn about the Eldritch magic book Stephen published under a pseudonym, but it was pretty technical and required a lot of study. Without a teacher, it was difficult. So, I could only create simple weapons, though it was easier for me to use my own magic. After years of escaping Stephen, my grandmother found out. She got a little mad at me for being a coward, but she supported me. When she got sick, I left school to take care of her. Obviously, I was going to take my exams, so I was always the first in class. It's a shame Grandma couldn't use the life potion like the Flamels. She, as a doctor, used a different way to extend her life almost 300 years, but that made it so she couldn't prolong it further, or her soul would be destroyed. As a goodbye, she left me a bombshell that blew up in my face. She brought the Flamels home and told them about my existence. Leaving them, and me, completely stunned. Then she passed away with a smile, while asking Mrs. Perenelle to take care of me. And so, she started turning to dust that flew out the window. It was a spell she put on herself before dying, since she didn't want a funeral or anything like that. I was very sad until I heard Mrs. Perenelle's call. Then I got really nervous. Every minute that passed increased my anxiety. I wanted to run, but I couldn't even get up from the chair. Until I heard the arrival of 2 guests. I knew who they were, the ones who would probably become my brothers. It was a weird mix of emotions. I tried to calm down and sit comfortably, not showing vulnerability. I didn't know if he would recognize me just by the blood we shared. And, for some reason, an intrusive thought told me to show who I was. That thought won. Just before Stephen opened the door, I changed my clothes to the ones I wore in the last moment before I died. I tried to keep a big smile and apologize with all my being. But when Stephen opened the door, he looked at me, and then closed it. He then started doing his nonsense in the next room. That pissed me off. It really made me angry. I didn't want to apologize to that fool anymore. He's supposed to be my brother, and he despises me like that. I mean, I know it was my fault, but get over it. Thanks to me, he met that pretty blonde from France, when he couldn't even hold a woman's hand before. Should I steal his girlfriend in revenge? I mean, she's cute, and I look just like him. But I better get that violent thought out of my head. I'm not going to do that. After thinking about it for a second, I didn't want to apologize anymore. Brothers don't need that. They just show their love by making each other's lives miserable, right? For some reason, I couldn't control the big smile on my face. When I heard he was coming back in, I kept smiling. At least, as the mature sister that I am, I'm going to apologize first. Then I'll make his life miserable. To my older brother. Chapter 66, With Brothers Like These. Welcome to the new members. Swamtox at the basic level and Faux Dozer at the advanced level. This makes me feel a bit bad, as I still haven't configured the levels properly. After all, I didn't expect so many people to subscribe. I had planned to reach at least 120 chapters in the novel before starting to configure the levels, as I really have no idea how to arrange it so that everyone is satisfied. Maybe I should create a Discord for the members where we can even share images. They can give me ideas of what they'd like to see in the story. With Brothers Like These. After meeting Wanda, Stephen and his family went to Flamel Island. Perenelle asked for permission for the kids to have a week off since she wanted them to adjust to Wanda and accompany her. After all, she had lost her grandmother, who had raised her. Obviously, no one denied the request since Perenelle would have ignored them anyway. A few days after Wanda settled into the house, for some reason, she grew very fond of Harry and Perenelle. So now there were two ducklings following Mother Goose. Mommy's kids, Stephen said, watching Wanda and Harry trailing behind Perenelle as she tended the garden. By the way, the garden had been destroyed in one of Wanda's fights with Stephen. Jealous? Wanda said, hugging Perenelle and looking at Stephen with superiority. Do you want to fight, Carrot? Stephen said angrily, tossing the watering can aside. Enough. You still haven't fixed the mess you made, Perenelle said, annoyed. Stephen swallowed his anger as he watched Wanda stick out her tongue at him. Childish, Stephen muttered as he picked up a ball and started singing. Perenelle had forbidden them from using magic to repair everything. Stephen was still a bit resentful because he wanted to play video games but had to stay on the island to accompany the girl who had killed him in his past life. By the way, Stephen explained this, just as Wanda did, to the Flamel family, who, apparently, pitted Wanda even more. Wanda was surprised that Stephen had told them everything since she had never told her grandmother. Stephen's response was simple. My life is easier if I don't have to keep making up excuses about where I got the non-existent technology and magic. And, most importantly, it's hard to fool two of the greatest wizards of all time. Wanda accepted that explanation. After a day of sweating under the sun, tending to her grandmother's plants, they finally finished. All right, you can rest for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, you have to go back to school. Go clean yourselves up, Perenelle said, smiling as she looked at her large family. Because of the elixir of life, the Flamels had been unable to have children, something Perenelle had always longed for. Now, as if by a blessing, she had 3 grandchildren. Wanda had easily accepted being adopted by the Flamels since it was her grandmother's wish, and besides, she could annoy Stephen by being his legal sister. All right, Harry, let's go play with the hippogriffs first, Wanda said. Harry got excited and nodded since he liked those animals that Stephen had rescued months ago. They refused to leave the island, so they had become residents. Sure, I wonder if we can ride them again, Harry said, walking alongside Wanda. Stephen watched the duo leave and spoke. Where are you going, Harry? You said you'd help me test the new game the company made. Harry remembered and was about to speak, but Wanda interrupted him. Shut up, nerd. Harry is coming with me to play with the animals, Wanda quickly said. Harry made a promise between men, and as a man, he must keep it, Stephen replied angrily. A man? Ha. Tell me that when you bring a girlfriend home to Grandma. Poor thing, I'm starting to think you like men, Wanda said mockingly, leaving Stephen stunned for a second. What did you say, family issue witch? Stephen said, furious, getting ready to attack. You should take better care of your hair, Baldy, Wanda said, teasing him about when Stephen joined Camartage and shaved his head, thinking that's what monks did, only to realize it wasn't necessary. That was the very insult that had started the previous fight that destroyed Perenelle's garden. You damn brat. Stephen yelled, launching at her with harmless spells like making her bald or enlarging her teeth. "We're siblings, so you're a brat too," Wanda replied, levitating and starting to throw mud balls using levitation spells. Meanwhile, Harry watched everything and lamented. "We're going to have to fix everything again," he said, going to retrieve the tools they had just put away. Obviously, Perenelle heard the commotion and sent Misty to drag them, chained, before her. Sigh. "You two give me headaches. Fix everything before dawn, without magic. And Harry, come have tea with your grandma," Perenelle said, looking at the siblings who were still kicking at each other since their feet were the only things they could move in the chains. "Enough," she said, smacking both of them on the head. "Ouch. Ow." They complained exaggeratedly, though it obviously didn't hurt that much. "Fix this." "Come on, Harry," Perenelle said as Harry dropped the tools on the ground and followed his grandmother with a smile. "I got away," he said, following her. "Traitor!" Wanda shouted, defeated. "Watch your back, glasses!" Stephen yelled angrily. Harry felt chills but ignored them. He had been living with Stephen for years, and either way, he wouldn't be spared. Since becoming his legal brother, Stephen had let go of all inhibitions, something that made Harry happy because he treated him like real family, but also annoyed him a bit since he became the target of his big brother pranks. With Wanda's arrival, Harry felt conflicted. He had gained another older sister, but he quickly grew attached to her because she treated him well. According to her, she had always wanted a little brother. Without realizing it, Harry no longer felt restricted like he did with the Dursleys and showed his true Gryffindor nature even outside of school. This was partly thanks to Stephen's pranks, as he wanted Harry to stand up for himself and fight back like a real brother. That's why, upon hearing the shouting behind him, he turned around and smirked mockingly, further aggravating the other two. "Third bastard. I mean, second. Ah." Stephen shouted furiously upon seeing Harry smile. "Ha ha ha, you admitted to being a bastard," Wanda teased, looking at Stephen. After a crazy week on Flamel Island, Stephen and Harry finally had to return to Hogwarts, something that made them quite happy. "Finally, I can get away from that damn tomato," Stephen said cheerfully as he saw Hogwarts doors. "The Dementors are still here," Harry said, looking at the sky with annoyance. "Scared, Potter?" "Ah, wait, now it's Flamel Potter," Stephen mocked. Harry had requested to keep his last name, and Perenelle agreed on the condition that he also carried the Flamel name, something necessary to be the legal heir. Wanda, on the other hand, only carried the Flamel surname since her grandmother had been a witch expelled from her family for refusing to hand over her method of extending life. She changed her former surname, Maximoff, without much attachment, as she felt she could leave that life behind. Stephen and Harry arrived at the castle, left their belongings in their rooms, and headed to the Great Hall just in time for dinner. "Is it okay for us to be late?" Harry asked, feeling uneasy. "Don't worry. We said we'd be back in a week, but we never specified the time," Stephen replied with a reassuring smile. When they reached the Gryffindor table, everyone welcomed them happily. "Hey, guys, what's got you so excited?" Stephen asked upon seeing the enthusiastic twins. Meanwhile, Harry sat with his friends, who had missed him. "We don't know. Dumbledore said he had big news. Maybe it's a competition between schools using the magic booths," the twins speculated. "Then we made it just in time," Stephen said, but suddenly he had a bad feeling. "Ahem, if I could have your attention, I have an announcement to make. Normally, this isn't done 2 weeks into the school year, but under special circumstances, we will be welcoming a new student," Dumbledore said, gesturing toward the door before returning to his seat. Even if it was just one student, they would follow the usual tradition. McGonagall stood up. "Shit," Stephen muttered without turning around to see who was entering. His bad feeling had already become a reality, he knew exactly who it was without even looking. "Wow, she's pretty." "Yeah, but she looks familiar," the twins said as they clapped excitedly. Meanwhile, Harry was stunned when he turned around and saw who was entering. "Do you know her, Harry?" "She's really pretty," Ron asked, blushing a little. "She looks familiar," Hermione said, glancing between Stephen and the new student with curiosity. The new student was no longer wearing the Ilvermorny uniform but instead a plain black robe with no house colors. From beneath her hat, golden blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her smile gave her an almost ethereal beauty, making many wonder if she was a Vila as they found themselves captivated by her presence. Her bright blue eyes seemed to pierce through everything, like magical eyes that drew people in, making it impossible to look away. If she were a master of legilimency, they'd all be doomed. By the way, Stephen could have the same effect, but he suppressed his aura with an accessory his grandmother had given him after he was nearly kidnapped by dark wizards as a child. Meanwhile, the new student stood in front of Professor McGonagall, who held a scroll in her hand before reading her name. Wanda Flamel, McGonagall read, slightly surprised, as only the headmaster had known about this. At the same time, all the students were shocked and turned toward Stephen, who maintained a blank expression as he stared at his newly discovered twin sister. No wonder she seemed familiar. She's literally the boss with long hair, the twins joked cheerfully, excited that there were now 2 more twins at Hogwarts besides themselves. Meanwhile, Ron made a weird face as he realized that the girl he had found attractive looked exactly like Stephen. They do look alike, but she seems more radiant, Hermione said, struggling to find the right words to describe the difference. What set them apart was basically the ethereal aura Wanda possessed, which drew everyone in. Stephen, however, was not happy with that comment. More radiant, he said angrily, glaring at Hermione. She immediately regretted saying it. Obviously, I'm the cooler one, but I have to suppress it for the sake of common folk, he declared, as everyone gave him amused looks. This only angered him further, so he ripped off one of the brooches on his shirt, unleashing his full brilliance. The effect immediately drew everyone's attention in the Great Hall, revealing the same aura and presence as Wanda, making it undeniable that they were truly siblings. Stephen looked at everyone with superiority before feeling a bit of regret. My teenage brain is making me feel like an idiot, he muttered as he put the brooch back on, disappointing many of the girls. Childish, Wanda said with a smile as the sorting hat was placed on her head. During Stephen's little show, the hat had already been making its decision. Gryffindor, the hat declared, bringing joy to the Gryffindor students. Wanda smiled and thanked the hat, as she had specifically asked to be placed there. Wanda stepped down from the stool, then suddenly stopped and stared in a certain direction for a few seconds before a dark smile crept onto her lips. Both men and women around her instantly fell for her. Meanwhile, Stephen scowled. He had a feeling this girl was planning something against him. Chapter 67, Brothers and Chaos. Suddenly my mother sent me a new cell phone as a gift. It wasn't the one I wanted to buy, but it's a gift from my mother. I will cherish it and use it to write with more enthusiasm now. Haha. Brothers and Chaos. I found myself in McGonagall's office. Next to me was my annoying new sister, both of us covered in food from head to toe. In front of us, Professor McGonagall glared at us with anger and disappointment. That made me feel a little guilty. What were you thinking? As a transfer student and as a prefect, I expected better from you, McGonagall scolded us furiously. To understand how we got here, we need to go back a few minutes. Flashback. I stared at Wanda, who had suddenly changed her hair back to its natural color instead of the red she had when we first met. Even though I knew it was magic, the red hair helped differentiate us more. Now, with the same hair color as me, it annoyed me how alike we looked. Suddenly, she stopped with a smile that gave me a bad feeling and looked toward the Slytherin table. Everyone watched in confusion as, instead of sitting at the Gryffindor table, she practically trotted toward the Slytherin students and stopped right where the Greengrass sisters were. Wanda stepped closer, staring at Daphne, who blushed slightly, confused by what was happening. Why do I feel our blood inside this young girl? No way, Wanda said, covering her mouth dramatically with both hands, faking exaggerated surprise. Then she turned to Astoria and, with even more exaggeration, said, "Even a poor little girl. Monster." She spun around to look at me. That enraged me, and I prepared to yell at her, furious. "Stop spouting nonsense, you idiot!" I shouted, hurling a pie at her in a fit of anger. "You're the idiot. And a pervert." Wanda yelled as she stopped the pie with her magic and flung a turkey from the Slytherin table at me. Pervert. That made me even angrier, and using my telekinetic magic, a common magic I could use without a wand, I started flinging food at her uncontrollably. The twins joined in with excitement, shouting, "Food fight! And so, the biggest food war in the Hogwarts Great Hall began. Obviously, the professors stopped us, though I think I saw Dumbledore enjoying himself while McGonagall dragged Wanda and me away by the ears. End of flashback. After enduring McGonagall's lecture, we finally left her office, having been informed of our punishment. Wanda had a smug smile on her face that made me want to punch her, but I held back since McGonagall might revoke my prefect privileges. I have to admit, it's a dumb job, but it's fun taking points from students, and I don't even need to mention the prefect's bathroom. Come on, idiot. I'll show you where the dorms are, I said, walking ahead, ignoring her complaints about the insult. As we walked through the hallways, some girls gave me weird looks, probably because of Wanda's joke. Sigh. The password is posted on the notice board. Make sure to check when it changes. I won't help you, I told Wanda as the fat lady opened the entrance. Here come the new Gryffindor twins, setting the standard for future twin duos. Fred and George teased as we entered, welcomed by applause from the other students. Cut it out. I'm going to bed, I said, heading to my room amid the twins' boos for being a killjoy. But I was a little tired, especially because I had to prepare for the headache of having Wanda at Hogwarts. Good night, Steppy, Wanda said with a smile, making me want to hit her. The next morning, when I woke up, surprisingly, the twins were already up early. Then again, they were playing around. I sat on my bed, still groggy, until the twins noticed I was awake. Why so dazed, boss? Fred asked, pausing the game. No. I had a nightmare where my sister came to Hogwarts. It felt so real, bruv, I said, rubbing my arms as if I had gotten chills. What are you talking about, boss? It wasn't a dream. By the way, didn't you say your sister was dead? Right. Back when we opened the amusement park, the twins said curiously. I said she wasn't in this world, not that she was dead, I corrected. And if I find a way to send her away, it'll become true again, I added darkly, as the twins stared at me. But they quickly ignored me and returned to their game, as if it were normal for siblings to wish death upon each other when arguing. After freshening up and changing, I went to the courtyard to train with some students who woke up early and joined me. For some reason, Wanda was following us. What are you doing here? I asked. I didn't know you owned this space, Wanda replied condescendingly. I chose to ignore her and continued training. After a few minutes, all the students interested in mystical arts had gathered to train, while Wanda sat on a rock, watching curiously. Tisk, Grandma wants us to get along. I'm doing this for her, I muttered to myself like some kind of self-hypnosis, as I approached Wanda. Do you want to learn? I asked monotonously. She stared at me for a few seconds, suspiciously. Even though my magic is way cooler, I'll let you teach me yours. But not you, I'll find someone better looking, she said, walking toward Daphne and Angelina's training group. For some reason, instead of making me angry, that amused me. It reminded me of how I used to bicker with Strange's sister. Obviously, she wasn't trying to replace her, after all, I was no longer Stephen Strange. But it seemed I would have to get used to having an annoying sister. Over time, Wanda had become the leader of the younger students, who followed her everywhere. She also spent time with the Golden Trio, acting like an older sister to Harry and helping Hermione with her homework, winning her affection. As long as she didn't bother me, it was fine. But sometimes she drove me crazy when the younger kids followed her around. Look, kids, it's the bad guy. Insult him. Wanda would say as she passed by with the first years. Bad guy. Dumb. Ogre head. Even if he's bad, he's also handsome. Ignoring the last comment, I shouted angrily. Stop teaching the kids bad things, as they all ran away, laughing and having fun. Boss, are we doing the Halloween pranks? The traditional scary prank fest, the twins asked, struggling to hold in their laughter. I have to patrol the halls, I said, a bit dejected. Boss, you've gotten boring since you became a prefect. Where's the boss who planned the bloody raining bathroom prank that looked like a body was falling? The boss who created a golem that walked backward with its neck twisted? The cursed doll? The killer clown? Okay, I get it, I said, cutting off the two idiots. That sounds interesting. I'm in, Wanda said, appearing out of nowhere and startling us. Absolutely not, I said quickly. Come on. Are you really going to leave your cute little sister out of the fun, she said, placing both hands on her cheeks and blinking rapidly, trying to look adorable. Obviously, that didn't work on me. Don't be ridicule. Of course, you can join. Boss's sister, you're welcome, the two traitors said, instantly accepting her with a slight blush. Sigh. Damn it, I muttered as I watched Wanda happily join one of our plans. Chapter 68, Jokes, Laughter, and Brotherhood. Jokes, Laughter, and Brotherhood. Wanda's plan was simple but interesting. Basically, it involved mixing Pumpkinhead Potion and Squeaky Voice Potion into the food for the Halloween feast. All we had to do was distract the house elves in the kitchen while Fred and George poured the potion into the food. Honestly, it was easy. We just stood at the door, and the elves immediately rushed to feed us. Using Harry's invisibility cloak, Fred and George sneaked in effortlessly and added the potions to the food. After receiving the signal that everything was done, we left as if nothing had happened, our arms full of food. It's time for a show, I said as I was followed by the twins and Wanda. We didn't have to wait long for dinner and the ensuing chaos. Squeaky voice, Aya. What's happening to me? My head, my voice. The first to fall was Ron. Seeing how he eats, I wasn't surprised the effect would last several days. Squeaky voice, this isn't funny. Who did this? Hermione shouted. Meanwhile, the four of us were hidden, laughing ourselves to tears as we watched everything unfold. See. My idea was brilliant, Wanda said proudly, eating one of the desserts the house elves had given her. I said nothing and just watched her, waiting. Squeaky voice, what? When, she said, surprised as she realized the change in her voice. Although her head didn't turn into a pumpkin, I had enough time to put the Squeaky Voice potion into her desserts while she was distracted. Squeaky voice, haha, what? I was about to mock her when I noticed that my voice had changed too. Seeing Wanda's victorious smile, I realized she had the same plan. Not only that, the twins had done the same thing to each other, and now all four of us had been enchanted with squeaky voices. Squeaky voice, ha ha ha, Fred, your voice. Squeaky voice, ha ha ha, yours too. As we laughed, I realized I was making a wonderful memory with my sister, so I did what any older brother would do in that situation, I threw food at her face. That triggered the Second World War of food in the Hogwarts Great Hall, which led to McGonagall catching us once again and dragging us to her office along with the twins. You again. I expected this from the Weasley brothers, but I thought you had matured, Mr. Flamel, McGonagall scolded us. Squeaky voice, I'm sorry. Squeaky voice X3, PFFF, ha ha ha. The others couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Silence. You three have also disappointed me, McGonagall said angrily, glaring at the trio of idiots. Squeaky voice X3, we're sorry. Squeaky voice, PFFF, ha ha ha. This time, it was my turn, and I couldn't hold it in. That made Professor McGonagall angrier than I thought possible, but she held back like the great professor she was. None of you will escape punishment. And you, Mr. Flamel, will be suspended from your prefect duties until further notice, McGonagall said sternly. Just as she was about to explain our punishment, a student burst into the office. Mr. Travis, it is rude to enter without knocking, McGonagall said, looking at the student, who was sweaty and barely catching his breath. Sorry, Professor, but you have to come, the entrance painting was attacked, he said, struggling to speak between breaths. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall quickly stood up and left, leaving us behind. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Fred? Of course, George. Something interesting to see, the twins said, running after McGonagall. Meanwhile, Wanda and I walked out at a normal pace, heading in the same direction. I'm sorry, it's my fault you're no longer a prefect, Wanda said, feeling a little guilty. I turned to look at her, and seeing her so downcast, I felt like I had to say something. Sigh, don't worry. I only wanted to be a prefect to mess around and take points from others. Although it's a shame to lose the great bathroom, it's nothing serious, I said, giving her a reassuring smile. Oh. Trying to comfort your cute little sister. Wanda teased with a smirk. TSK, don't say nonsense, I replied, pushing her forehead back and walking faster. Did your protective brother instinct activate? Hey, hey, she said, imitating weird voices as she trotted behind me. In your dreams, I said, trying to ignore the idiot hovering around me. General POV. As Stephen walked away quickly, with Wanda trotting around him and making all kinds of noise, two people observed them from the shadows. It seems Hogwarts twin troublemakers have multiplied, Snape said to Dumbledore, watching the Flamel siblings. Young people having fun always brightens the atmosphere, Dumbledore said with an old man's smile. But is it wise to have another monster in the school? One alone would already be hard to control, and adding someone with the same level of magic and the same blood would be even more complicated for you, Snape said inquisitively. I only see a young girl who found her family and wants to protect it, and a young man who, though he doesn't show it, also protects those he cares about. If Hogwarts is part of them, it will bring me great joy. Besides, a friend asked me to look after them, Dumbledore replied, walking toward the Gryffindor common room, with Snape following. The one who had asked Dumbledore to take care of the two was Perenelle, as she didn't want her pearls to take their feud too far. However, to Dumbledore, it was an unnecessary concern. She asked you to watch over them, though they clearly noticed your presence from the start, Snape teased, recalling how both siblings had looked in their direction, as if they had known where they were the whole time. They are talented young people, yes. And fortunately, they have a clear path. There's no need to worry too much, Severus, Dumbledore concluded, quickening his pace as he heard the conversations nearby. Stephen's POV. When we arrived after McGonagall, we saw the problem. Where the fat lady's portrait used to be, there was now only a large tear, with no trace of her. Sigh, as always, fools use foolish tricks to do foolish things, I said, looking at the slashed painting. When you try to sound cool, you just seem more egotistical, Wanda commented, almost sparking another fight between us. But the twins stopped me, grabbing my arms, while Angelina and Hermione did the same with Wanda. We were about to start throwing insults when Dumbledore arrived, announcing that we would all sleep in the Great Hall. So now we have a big sleepover. Fred joked, teasing Ron, who was still under the potion's effect. It wasn't surprising, as George kept throwing candies filled with the potion at him every time Ron opened his mouth. Squeaky voice, enough. I'll tell Mom, Ron said, making everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, all right, guys, leave him alone before he starts crying, I said, though I found it funny. I was already quite sleepy. You lot, go to sleep now, shouted one of the prefects in charge of monitoring the Great Hall. By the way, I should have been helping the other prefects patrol the halls, but I had been suspended from my duties. Now, I was even happier about losing that privilege. I ignored her and went to sleep. Though, after a while, I heard the suspicious conversation of the professors. I chose to ignore it and used magic to cover my ears so I could sleep better, since there were quite a few snorers around. Thank you for reading. Chapter 69, Playing 1/2. Playing January 2nd. It's the weekend, so we have permission to go to Hogsmeade. That means I have a free day without Wanda and Harry, who took the chance to visit Grandma. Mama's little kids. So, I have the whole day to rest without them, though I don't really know what to do, so I just took a nap by the Black Lake. I could play, but I was feeling too lazy. Even if I wanted to spend the day playing, the magical VR pods only allow a maximum of 3 hours per day. We still haven't found a suitable battery or power source. For now, the pods consume magic from the environment and the players, but it's not optimal since they only work fully in magical schools. So, for now, we can't market them or open our own gaming rooms unless it's in a magic hotspot. We're still researching. We found a couple of rocks that can store magic, but not enough. They're only useful for Luna to summon small pets all day long, and that's about it. Boss. Here you are. We've been looking for you for hours, the twins said as they arrived. By the way, I was lying down, watching the clouds by the lake, so it's weird they didn't see me since there were plenty of female students staring at me. I've already gotten used to it. It's my fault for being this handsome, so I can handle it. What do you want? I'm enjoying my parental freedom, I said lazily. Remember the game we asked Joseph for? The one where we told him to surprise us. Joseph is the creative director of the gaming section. He's the best Eclumens and Legilimens we know. He's even scary to look in the eyes because it feels like he knows all your secrets. He's the best game creator in the company. Especially because he has tons of stories to tell. After all, he was in the war and even worked as a bounty hunter until I found him during a rescue mission a year ago. A few weeks ago, the twins started pestering him to create a game for them until he finally accepted after finishing his work at the time. So, what did he make? I asked, shaking off my laziness. We don't know. He didn't tell us. We asked him to surprise us. Their way of talking was making me dizzy, especially since my brain wasn't fully awake. I got up and slapped my cheeks a couple of times. All right, what are we waiting for? I said with a grin, starting to walk toward the gaming room. Luckily, I hadn't used my time in the pods yet, so I could play with them. Which, by the way, had been reduced to just half an hour. But I have some tricks to extend my time as long as Snape doesn't notice. Though I do have a hidden pod in Hogsmeade, I'm too lazy to go there. Especially since Wanda and Harry might find out. After all, the one cleaning that house is Dobby, and for some reason, Wanda convinced him to be her spy. I don't mind, my spy is Misty, so we're even. Besides, my Misty is stronger and cooler. We arrived so excited that we ignored the bat's venomous comments and rushed to one of the unoccupied pods. By the way, the gaming room, now officially named, was pretty dark, so Snape really looked like a life-sized bat. Ha! When the game started, we found ourselves in a rundown, rotting house, with the roof about to collapse. I wonder what this is about, Fred said as he and George rummaged through the furniture. It's a habit they picked up from playing too much. A problematic habit that has gotten them killed countless times when their pockets were full and they couldn't run. There's nothing. Nothing here either, they said, disappointed after searching the whole house. Meanwhile, I noticed some movement outside. We've got company, I told them, and the twins got ready. Before we could say anything, a mob of people stormed in to subdue us. Even though we couldn't use magic, we put up quite a fight, taking down at least 25 to 30 villagers. But our bodies in this virtual world were out of shape, so the villagers managed to capture us and tied us up. Ha ha ha. Great. Looks like we're having a feast tonight, said one of the villagers, seemingly the leader. An obese man with rotten teeth, looking at us like a piece of meat for his grill. He even started drooling. So, we're in a cannibal village, I said, while the twins, instead of being scared, were even more excited about the story. Could this have happened in Joseph's life? Maybe that's how he lost one of his fingers. Their words shocked the villagers, who suddenly seemed more realistic, thanks to the illusion magic technology for the pods improving since the trial request for students started. Honestly, in just 2 weeks, everyone has become the perfect test subject/beta tester. What's wrong with these guys? They're not scared at all. Doesn't matter, take them to the barn and start the fire, the leader ordered. The villagers dragged us to an old barn full of bones, not all of which seemed to belong to animals. They tied us to 3 separate posts and left. Seeing that we were alone, I spoke. Fred, George, look around and see if you have a bone nearby, I whispered, since from the shadows under the door, it seemed like there were 1 or 2 guards. Escape mission. Fred said excitedly, starting to search near him. Boss, I've got a coccyx. Will that work? Fred asked, nudging the human bone with his foot. I don't think so. I've got a chewed up one here. I think this one will work, George said, dragging a gnawed bone toward his post, then sliding to grab it with his hands. Great, cut your ropes quickly and free us, I said, watching George act swiftly. After a few seconds, George managed to untie his hands and feet, then freed us too. Someone's coming. Put the ropes back like you're still tied up and pretend, I said, returning to the post so they wouldn't suspect anything. A single man entered, thin, wearing clothes too big for him. For a cannibal, he didn't seem well fed. He had a chef's hat and an apron. Hello, boys. How would you like to be cooked? Skewered or roasted with an apple in your mouth, he asked mockingly, approaching Fred with a knife in one hand and a jar of salt in the other. Wait, weren't you the one tied up over there? He asked, pointing at Fred while actually indicating George's spot. The 3 of us were surprised since the twins dressed exactly the same. Even I would have trouble telling them apart if not for their magical signature. Seeing that he was about to scream for the guards, I signaled George and Fred to take him down quickly. George slipped out of the ropes and threw a bone straight into the man's mouth, while Fred hit him over the head with the coccyx. "Nice aim, George," I said, watching how precisely he had thrown the bone. "And I guess the coccyx was useful after all," I told Fred, who was now modifying the bone with the cut rope to make a handle. "Now it's the coccyx mace." "That name sucks, Fred." "How about Maxie's?" "I don't think so." While the twins debated the name, I searched for weapons or useful tools. I didn't find much, so I improvised a crude spear with a stick and a bone. And a piece of cloth, which was actually the chef cannibal's hat that had dropped. "Mace Maximus," they shouted, though it wasn't the best time for that. "Idiots," I muttered, preparing to fight with my bone spear. Fred took a stance with his coccyx weapon, and George grabbed 2 long bones. They looked like human leg bones, but it was better not to say anything. "I wish these were sharper," George commented. "Later," I replied, just as the door swung open and 2 guards entered wielding knives and forks. We took them down quickly before they could call for help. "Why cutlery?" George asked, examining their weapons. Which were basically a nearly broken knife and a fork made of 3 twigs tied together. "Maybe they turned to cannibalism because they didn't have proper hunting tools," Fred said, playing with the fork. "But," I pointed to the bones behind us. "They could have used those to make weapons like we did." "All right, let's get out of here." "Stealth mode," I said, peeking through the door. There was no one around. We stepped out, and upon reaching the outside, we saw that the village was surrounded by wooden walls. "We have 3 options: climb the walls, take down everyone stealthily, or go violent mode," I suggested. "What's violent mode?" Fred asked. "Fighting non-stop," I said with a grin. The twins exchanged glances for a second before shouting. "Violent mode," excitedly. "First, let's get better equipped," I said, heading back into the barn to search for materials. We made do with bones and wood, mainly to protect our arms and legs. Fred crafted a wooden shield, while George and I preferred mobility, so we skipped the shield. "They've noticed," I said, hearing the villagers. "Ready?" "Yes." "Charge!" I shouted, rushing toward the villagers, who wielded rusty weapons but were no match for us. As we fought, more villagers kept coming. There were around 30 to 40 of them. It was a tough battle, but we defeated them all with minimal injuries. After the long fight, we stood victorious, except for one figure in the distance. The chief stood there, holding a massive greatsword adorned with glowing runes, emphasizing its rarity. "Is that a magic weapon?" George asked, surprised. Magical weapons in games were an innovation we had created, inspired by Gryffindor's magical combat arts. Since spells still caused real damage, we didn't want students getting hurt, so we focused on a different approach. That's when we remembered martial arts and the fighting style of Godric Gryffindor, mixing it with physical abilities. "What runes does it have?" "Do you know, boss?" Fred asked. "Dash and shock." "Nice combination," I said excitedly. "Now's not the time to be excited, boss," the twins said. "We only have bone weapons. I wonder if I can enchant my Mace Maximus." They discarded their broken bone armor and threw aside Fred's shield, which was now just a chunk of wood. My spear had broken a while ago, so I swapped it for a spiked club dropped by a villager. George only had one bone sword left, while in his other hand, he held a rusty, half-broken sword, also a drop. The only weapon that remained undamaged was the mace Fred had crafted. "I told you my mace could be a legendary weapon," Fred boasted, while we ignored him. After a few seconds of silence, George spoke. How much longer do we have to wait?" he asked, looking at the great leader, who was approaching slowly, dragging the massive sword behind him. "I think he's exhausted," Fred noted, watching how the leader struggled forward, breathing heavily. "Well, the sword could be pretty heavy," I said, defending the poor cannibal leader a little. Finally, after a few more moments, the leader reached us. "You, Huff, how dare you, Huff, foo, ugh," he gasped, trying to catch his breath. In the end, he even threw up, making us take a few steps back. I feel kind of bad if we beat him now," George admitted. "It kind of seems like we're the bad guys in this situation," Fred added. "Maybe we just need to push him back, and he won't be able to get up," I suggested. We chatted amongst ourselves while watching the leader struggle to recover his breath. Chapter 70, Playing Two Halves. Playing 2 out of 2. Don't underestimate me, you idiots, the leader shouted as he raised his sword in a defensive stance. This is gonna be easy. Before George could finish speaking, the leader yelled, "Dash," and rammed him with his shoulder, sending him flying several meters back. Luckily, George had good reflexes and managed to cross his swords in front of him to defend, but the impact felt like getting hit by a truck, injuring him slightly. When he landed, he had to kneel, a drop of blood trickling from his lip. Shit. George, you okay? Fred asked quickly, keeping his guard up. I'm fine. Fred, watch out. George shouted as the leader set his sights on Fred. Dash, the leader said, appearing in front of Fred and slashing downward. Shock, he shouted. Fred quickly rolled to the side to dodge. The sword, finding no target, struck the ground, creating large cracks where Fred had just been standing and sending out a shockwave that momentarily threw him off balance. The leader took advantage of this and swung a horizontal slash toward Fred. Seeing this, I quickly kicked one of the rusty knives lying on the ground, aiming for the leader's face. The leader stopped his attack and blocked the knife with his sword. Fred used the distraction to jump back, putting more distance between himself and the leader. Boss, we know we said Magic Knight sucked and that learning it was useless. But we have to admit, this is awesome, the twins said excitedly. Ugh, say that after we beat the boss, I said, keeping my guard up while watching the leader. Ha 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 ha. You damn rats, I'll cut you into thousands of pieces and devour you while you're still alive, the boss said, laughing like a villain. Normally, a person isn't alive after being cut into thousands of pieces, I said with a mocking smile. Unless there's some kind of zombie. But in that case, it'd be rotten meat. I don't think that tastes very good, the twins added as we surrounded the boss. Then I'll just slice you open and devour your organs while you watch in terror at your own demise. Ha 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 ha. Not giving us time to comment on his weirdness, the boss took his defensive stance again and resumed his attack. Dash. This time, he aimed at me, but I jumped aside, dodging him. Taking advantage of the momentary instability caused by missing his strike, Fred threw his mace, holding onto the rope to pull it back. The boss raised his sword just in time to block. Ha ha ha. Too slow. Too slow, the boss shouted excitedly, showing his madness. Then, George took the lead, charging at the boss with both swords. He gave me a look, to which I nodded slightly, showing I understood. He then took a horizontal strike with both swords and was sent flying again a few meters. His rusty sword shattered into pieces, leaving him only with his bone sword. After exchanging glances with George, I had already prepared myself and moved behind the boss. When George was hit, I took advantage of an opening and struck one of the boss's legs with my spiked club. "Ayah, you damn bastard," the boss screamed, swinging his sword wildly in my direction. Barely dodging 5 or 6 slashes, I retreated again. Though he managed to graze me a couple of times, the cuts weren't deep, but my clothes ended up torn and bloody. "Nice one, boss," Fred shouted as he regrouped with George. "Damned, damned, damned." The boss seemed to have lost it, repeating the same word over and over as his eyes turned blood red with rage. Dash. He charged at me, but with an injured leg, his skill lost speed, giving me more room to move. Shock. 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 Upon reaching my position, the boss spammed his shock ability over and over again against the ground. Maybe abilities need a cooldown time, I said as I moved a few meters away to dodge the shock waves. Don't be ridiculous, boss. Being able to use a skill over and over makes it awesome, the twins quickly argued. Alright, don't complain later, I said as I regrouped with them to explain the plan I had in mind. Fred, aim for his nape. George and I will take the aggro up front, I explained quickly. Why me again? You already have aggro, boss. I'm not needed, George complained, a bit frustrated from taking the hits twice and only having one sword left. Don't whine. He's the only one with a decent weapon, I said, showing my spiked club, which was about to break. It might last one more hit, but it wouldn't do much damage. Fine, George said with resignation, getting ready. Time to prove that Mace Maximus is the true epic weapon. Fred said excitedly with a big grin as he raised his bone club made from a coccyx. Wasn't it legendary? George asked. It's legendary epic, Fred corrected, while I ignored them and prepared to attack. After throwing his tantrum at the ground, the boss seemed to have regained some of his sanity, if he had any to begin with. What did the poor ground ever do to you? I mocked. Maybe he just found out that's where vegetables come from, George added beside me. Disgusting rats. Dash, the boss shouted, appearing right in front of us and swinging another horizontal slash. I dodged it Matrix style while George jumped high to avoid it as well. Now, we shouted together, attacking the boss's head. The boss let go of the sword with one hand to defend himself, taking heavy damage to his right hand. This made it difficult for him to wield his sword quickly with his left hand, almost dropping it. Arg, damn you, the boss shouted in anger as he tried to attack us again with just one hand. At that moment, Fred seized the opportunity and attacked the boss from behind. Mace Maximus, he shouted foolishly as he struck the boss's head. The boss didn't have enough time or speed to defend himself and took the hit head-on, falling to one knee, blood staining his face. But he still had a few seconds to make his final comment. Huff, huff, ha ha ha, even if you defeat me, you're doomed, ha ha ha, he said before falling forward and exploding into bright particles, leaving the drop behind. Typical mini-boss lines. Awesome, the three of us shouted as we collapsed onto our backs, staring at the sky. That was exhausting, ugh, said George, sprawled out with his arms and legs stretched out. His bone sword vanished along with my spiked club. This mace will be my main weapon from now on, Fred said with a grin. If the game continues. Maybe that was it, George said, crushing his brother's dream. I don't think so. Joseph was the creator of the Testers' worlds, the ones who never wanted to wake up. I wouldn't be surprised if he created a new world, I said as I sat up. And took off my dirty shirt, which was bothering me a little. Boss, tell me what dropped. I don't want to get up, George said, exhausted, since he had taken the most damage. Hey, I'm exhausted too. I lost a lot of blood, I said, pointing at my stained clothes, which I tossed at him. I was exaggerating a little, but I was really tired. George barely moved, so the shirt landed right on his face. He quickly grabbed it and threw it away. Fred, being the least exhausted, got up and checked the drop for us. Awesome, boss and George. It dropped the sword and 2 separate enchantments, he said, showing the great sword and 2 runic scrolls containing the enchantments and their descriptions. Ugh, I don't like the sword. I prefer speed, and even if I wanted an enchantment, I don't have a weapon to use it on, George said from the ground, uninterested. I already have a weapon, so the sword is out. Either of the 2 enchantments works for me, Fred said, leaving the drop between us to decide. All right, the sword is mine, I said casually as I picked up the great sword. I'll take Dash then. I'll need to find a weapon, George said, grabbing one of the scrolls. That leaves shock for me. I'll put it on my mace, Fred said with a grin, picking up the remaining scroll. You have to write the runes perfectly to use the item, I warned Fred, who was excited. Then, boss, please, he requested, handing me the items with both hands. I sighed. All right, but when we find the in-game currency, I'm charging you for this, I said, using a bone from the ground to engrave the mace. It took me only a few seconds. That was fast. Fred said, surprised. Obviously, because I did it. Normally, someone would take much longer. By the way, even the slightest mistake would have made your weapon disappear, I said with a smile. Then, good thing you asked the boss and not me, George said with a smug grin. Yeah, lucky me, Fred added, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. All right, let's get outside before our time in the booths runs out, I said. In reality, my time had run out a while ago since I only had half an hour available. We had been playing for 3 hours, but I used my admin privileges to register our session as maintenance. We could only use this excuse for 3 hours before the booth's energy ran out and we were automatically ejected. That was the maximum continuous usage time the booths could handle. All right, they both said as they got up and followed me. I strapped the greatsword onto my back. Fortunately, the drop included a sheath, otherwise, I would have had to drag it around like the boss did since it was quite heavy. As soon as I find another sword, I'll sell it. I prefer more mobility, I commented, feeling the massive weight on my back, literally. After walking for a few minutes, we reached the large wall's gate. Instead of opening it, we climbed one of the towers beside it. What the hell? Fred shouted, being the first to arrive. What happened, Fred? What? George exclaimed as he arrived right after, stunned as he looked outside. Well, it seems we were literally in the newbie village, I said as I saw what lay beyond. On the other side of the wall stretched a plain, and further beyond, a dark forest. But what truly shocked us was the scene unfolding before us, a full-blown zombie apocalypse. There were even giant black dogs devouring a corpse under a tree. This is getting more interesting, I said with a smile, but a red alarm pulled us out of our surprise. Damn, looks like our time is up. We can use the underground booth, the twins said, eyeing the red light from the floating stone in the sky. Even so, we can only play on weekends. We have classes and punishments to attend during the week, I said, crushing their hopes. Damn it, the twins shouted in unison, just as the booth's energy ran out, and everything around us faded into darkness. Normally, there should have been a friendly transition screen, but we had completely drained the booth's energy. Well, that was fun. Let's go back before Snape finds us, I said, opening the door. Too late, Mr. Flamel, said Snape, standing right outside the booth, easily catching us. Well, after all, he took his job very seriously. So we ended up spending the rest of our free day cleaning the entire game room, including the bathrooms. I'm pretty sure Snape had those bathrooms built just to punish us by making us clean them. After all, there were already bathrooms on the third floor outside the game room, so there was no real need to add more.